Welcome back, everybody, to more Champion of Champions Tour. Once again, we're in the second season, but this time we're in North America in its fourth series, and of course, this is the group stage, an ongoing group stage that has now reached its third round. We already saw some teams get eliminated, and today we're going to see two very interesting matchups in the middle echelon of things. The first one between In Control and, of course, Chicken Coop Esports. I'm Toon, and I'm here with Roy. How you doing, man?
Doing great, getting ready for this action-packed day. Of course, we're also going to get to close out things with Mythic and Regain a little bit later on. But first, like you said, it's all about In Control and Chicken Coop, who, if I am not mistaken, are right now currently at a bit of an odds because they have both one win and one loss under their belts, respectively. So, as we are jumping into the standings right here, we will be seeing the teams that have already made it, well, a little bit further down the line, closer to those qualification spots, such as MCS Gaming, Get an Info, Alter Iron, and Might, who are all sitting pretty with a clean record so far and only one away from making it in. Unfortunately, like you said, for a couple of eliminations already, we have Unjustified and Lotus who have made it out of the competition, and a couple of teams that are also getting dangerously close to that position, such as Kraken and Rebel. So, I mean, that is definitely something to keep an eye out for, because when an elimination is on the line, teams definitely do start to ramp up, or so I think we are accustomed to seeing. And, well, the rest of the action, you already know how it's going so far. So these are the matchups that we are going to be having for this portion of the competition.
Take a look at Kraken and Rebel. They both got their victories 2-0 for salvation. At least one extra round they will get to play in this tournament. However, today we've got the middle echelon, and like we said, it's In Control and Chicken Coop, and later on in Mythic versus Regain, but we've also got the Bat News Capybaras and Akimbo for tomorrow, as well as Tsunami and Aether. So, for today, In Control and Chicken Coop, what's interesting here, Roy, is that Chicken Coop, for instance, of course, they both share the same record of 1-1, but Chicken Coop either wins both their maps or they lose both of them. They have never traded any maps, and we've got the roster here composed of Supa, Frizzy, Bagel, Little Beer, and Taggy. Some names here you might be familiar with, namely Taggy for me and Supa. Bagel a little bit too. We've got some multi-country. I love the diversity here with the rosters. But yeah, Chicken Coop, like I said, they either win both maps or they lose both of them. And also, just a little extra little thing, one of the teams that they defeated, or the team they defeated, was Rebel, the team that just got salvation by defeating Lotus in the elimination round.
Absolutely. So with that info, I mean, perhaps they are going to be riding the momentum forwards, and then it's really going to come down to that first map if the statistics continue to go as they have for them so far. But for that, let's go ahead and take a look at this next roster as well. The enemies that Chicken Coop is going to have to deal with this time around, and they are In Control. Also, familiar faces all the way throughout: Tyra, Beast, Dylan, Milo, and JES Feltner. We have seen these guys play previously, and to be fair, both of the matches that they played were fairly close. They were both 2-1s, if I am not mistaken, including the loss that they took, which means, of course, they, I think, are going to have a little bit of revenge in mind. That was versus Akimbo when they went 2-1, and it wasn't exactly in their favor, whereas they did manage to beat Rebel, if I am not mistaken, for reaching this spot. So I'm really looking forward to seeing it. I mean, you always are going to get a good match out of these guys. Let's hope that they bring their A game today.
Not to take the spotlight away from In Control, but Akimbo has won their match against In Control, and then they got a forfeit victory against Might as well. So, sorry, they forfeited, it's a loss against the Might, actually, so they forfeited against the Might. That's the only reason why Akimbo is currently in the middle echelon, because they had to forfeit their second match, and they're scheduled to play tomorrow. We hope to see them, of course, a mostly Mongolian crew there for Akimbo. We've got 3 players from Mongolia, 1 from China, 1 from the USA. So shout outs to Akimbo bringing it into diversity. But back to these guys. In Control also defeated Rebel. So that's the thing here. Rebel seems to be the token for these two guys. But Rebel, even though they're still in competition, they're not going to be the ones in play here today. I hope that the adaptation comes through from both of them, because like we said, Chicken Coop, did not drop a map against Rebel. In Control did, but In Control was always in contention, even when they lost, namely against Akimbo taking that map.
Dare you say we're in control? I mean, I know I'm getting old, guys. The dad jokes are getting here. I'm sorry. When you get over 30, that's just, it comes in the contract, you know? So it's just a part of the gig. But do we have the vetoes at the ready to show the teams how things are going to be going? So let's go ahead and jump into it. The first ban is going to be Inferno, courtesy of Chicken Coop. In Control, actually a team that is going to be banning this map that comes up next, which is, spoiler alert, Mirage. Fairly often, it's perhaps their most banned map, which is kind of interesting because it's a map that we've been seeing a lot throughout this, with this map rotation especially. We've been seeing a lot of that. So the first pick is going to be on Ancient. So close quarters, tight corners, we are going to be seeing around those parts. That is going to be for Chicken Coop to perhaps try to bring the aggression. Or we'll see. Generally, I think the style that is more prevalent over there. And then Nuke, a bit more methodical, you know, a bit, a lot more based on team plays and utility specifically. That is going to be courtesy of In Control Train, which is a map that I have unfortunately yet to have seen played during this specific tournament. Dust too, well, we've seen it plenty, so let's give a chance to the newer kids on the block. Switch, of course, I'm talking about Anubis here. That is going to be, what we're going to be seeing for this map rotation here after the vetoes.
I love the variety and the map distribution. We've always got something new on the table. Even Vertigo, when it was, in the map rotation, it had a bit of a rework. So, there are always either new elements or new maps being added and tested out. In this case, it's Train. And what's interesting from Train, or about Train, is that in the transition between CSGO to CS2, the space in the actual trains, there's a lot more space to run around on. But also, you need to get your timings really precisely, because it can still feel kind of tight, in CSGO in particular, there were a lot of tight areas. Timings were crucial. The oppers had to be on their spot to really contest that angle. It was really easy to lose, but now there's a bit more leeway to play with it. We're not going to see it today, at least in this match. We might see it later on, but yeah, Train is going to come in and shake up a lot of things. And me being a Train non-enjoyer, I am not super amused, but I know that it's a fan favorite for many, so shout outs to the people who enjoy Train. If you're a Train enjoyer, well, more power to you, because your fave is back, but it's not quite yet in action here live.
Yeah, we have seen teams just get rid of that with the swiftness. Perhaps they're just not as practiced in that regard. At the very least with their current team composition, so perhaps some of that is going to come into play, but I'm just wondering around here in what is going to be. However, it seems like we are still waiting for the teams to be ready to make it to the server, so we're going to be throwing it to a quick break, and we'll be back as soon as we have the action for you all. Okie dokie, that took a second, and you might see a couple of different phases in here if I am not mistaken. We are having a standing Marro right there. Gonna be playing instead of Supa, so that is a bit of an unfortunate situation for the side of Chicken Coop, but let's see what they can do. I mean, after all, this is not an elimination match for them, but, I mean, you would rather play at full strength. Nonetheless, though, I think Marro gonna be looking to prove his worth right here. You already know what to expect. He's taking control of ramp, and he's gonna be the entry point for Chicken Coop into the site. Be kind of taken over already as those smokes completely enable them to move forwards. Now, I'm taken against in control.
And already the first bomb planted. Solid start for Chicken Coop. Solid timing too. That's what I love from them. How they lined themselves up on ramp, waiting for any indication of presence. There wasn't any, but the immediate reaction with the smokes helped them make their way through, and now they only need to take care of one more player. Dylan does not have enough time to go for a defusal like this, so he's going to bite the dust, and Taggy will soon have to start running, but he would rather just land the final kill. Ooh, the gamble does not quite paid off, but the round has been won by Chicken Coop regardless, and that will put them on the lead. Now, given the bomb plan, this will give them a little bit of a push on the money front. And this is Ancient, Roy. What's interesting about Ancient is that you've got many rounds in which, you know, the lower mid section is the usual, the true gatekeep of util, but you don't always want to gamble all your util for that. In Control is going to have to really measure their options before they decide to throw everything out there. What avenue of entrance are you going to block? For first off, however, we do have a double smoke setup on lower mid. One smoke that goes all the way down almost a T-spawn.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, trying to make things a little bit harder towards the elbow portion of the map. The covering fire is already there. I mean, you're not playing with range right here if you are in Control, so you definitely need to be able to tell a bit more precisely where your enemies are. Those smokes definitely gonna help them in that regard. Tyra gonna draw first blood. In the meantime, though, even if Chicken Coop do end up losing Laggy, they're ready to move forwards once again. It'll be a tough retake if things continue to go like they have so far. At the very least, in Control, they do have the numbers advantage, but the health and the firepower not quite in their favor. Okay, trying to make a case for it, but not fast enough in that regard. A bit unfortunate. Gotta get it clear up right there, but Dylan doesn't quite get an angle. He's forced to be jumping at the moment where clearance definitely happened. Oh, interesting there from Beast. However, looks like Chicken Coop were still ready for the approach, and with Milo being all that was left, I mean, at the very least, you try and chip away at your enemies, you know, try to hurt their economy a bit, but it was feeling pretty curtains as soon as Chicken Coop managed to make it in clean fashion. I mean, there was really no contest for them in that regard. I do have to commend In Control for being able to actually, you know, be able to pinpoint more accurately exactly where the T's wanted to move, but they just didn't have the guns at their ready for that task, unfortunately.
And I was also loving the gymnastics, the creativity on movement from In Control, but indeed the firepower just wasn't quite there. Granted, the MP9s did help them out quite a bit at finding a couple of kills here and there, but Chicken Coop, for the most part, still playing quite healthy. Now, Dylan here, oh man, about to be ambushed by 3. He does take care of Beagle on the way out, however, and the damage is done, because Chicken Coop have not managed to keep all 5 of their players alive in a while. And here you go, lining up for the Zoos! Going in for the electrocution impact Trueno Pikachu.
That's right, bringing out the lightning and the thunder. Turns out the Greek gods never went anywhere. Interestingly enough, I was about to say, Dylan earlier on didn't quite see Taggy. Taggy does end up meeting a fate that I don't wish upon many people, unfortunately, for himself. But it's working down, and again, In Control, at the very least, managing to slow things down. Oh, that's an excellent frag coming in from Tyra. Gonna get himself an upgrade with the Galil now in hand. Oh, look at this.
And the Zeus.
Yeah, being just so annoying in their positioning as well. I mean, that's a huge part of the job right here. If you are a CT, Frizzy hasn't got enough time to plant the bomb. He decides to not dilly-dally with it over by B. He immediately is gonna hit it running towards the other side of the map and bring himself a little ease of mind. Now, where do you set up? Styra, of course, we saw him. He does get a rifle now in his hand, but if we were talking gun superiority, we still gotta give that to the AK that Frizzy's holding. Not all about the gun that you're holding. Oh, trying to fake for it. Honestly, I think he could have got away with it. The lack of utility here gonna make things all the more complicated as you're left guessing exactly where the last defender is, but Frizzy not really giving him anything to work with, and he's just gonna give it up, completely trusting that Tyra was just faking, and wow. That is a bit of confidence right there. Right there. And Chicken Coop continue on their streak. These tier rounds have started great for them. And again, that perhaps aggressive playstyle may benefit them, even if In Control have made their best to slow them down, even when underpowered.
And that could have definitely went south real fast, but hey, more power to you if you play a gamble like that and it works. Still, not a ton of info or intel for him to work with. Shoutouts for just keeping the cojones in check. And now Chicken Coop does enjoy that 3-round lead, but this time we're fighting fire with fire, and Milo is the upper in play. He will set himself up for coverage real quick over there on the donut, and this is one of those rounds in which the gamble of the util really needs to be played, and there you go. It turns into a bit of a trade. Oh, and that was a very long spray. Unfortunately for Maro, he does not control it quite well for Tyra to go down, even though he is super lit up. A lot of trades back and forth, but still a lead for In Control as they have Tyra still alive and kicking at 30 HP, and I think he should be the one rotating to help out the upper, and that's exactly what he's about to do entering Temple. And here comes the final pieces of util of this round, as we do have the first mug going in. Oof, and I'm not sure if that's really where you wanted it to go, but hey, the attempt was made. Smoke failed, meaning that you can try and push towards B where there's nobody but Jace Feltner. Jace Feltner is actually just checking for chambers, so I don't think it's going to be too easy for him to catch them on their tracks. It's going to be a 2v1, and then Tyra is going to come in, but with 30 HP remaining, it will be a very, very complicated one.
Little bit on Freezy here. Gonna be holding hands for a second, hoping that nobody's watching that angle. Not gonna help their cause a bit, and also Freezy's fragging well too. Continuing on the same success that Maro was trying to tag up earlier. Little Beer gonna put an end to it in impressive fashion. You shall not challenge me, he says. As Chicken Coop continues on their rampage. Excellently done from the side of Chicken Coop. A little bit of time gonna be required here. But hey, it's just a bit of a jump scare that did happen now. Not exactly back to square one, but do you decide to invest a bit here for In Control? I think we'll be seeing that decision soon enough. Meantime, just when 4 at the beginning of the map, it kind of feels lighter than at some other later instances, perhaps, but I mean, it's all left to In Control to see if they can regain back in this match.
Still quite early on. I mean, the losses are going to feel, quite rough going in. Especially because of the situation that Maro is playing in. He is the substitute. It was supposed to be Supa. So Chicken Coop are winning 4-0 so far with their sub in. And In Control have not yet been able to put up much of a a fight, at least in terms of the score. Of course, this doesn't tell the whole story. The rounds themselves have actually been quite close for the most part. You've got a ton of kills coming in from In Control. Everybody from Chicken Coop has been the dust at least a couple of times, except for Frizzy, actually. He has been surviving quite well, but you know what? The damage has been done, and In Control has been showing some good promise, and there's Tyra getting 2 kills and picking up a solid weapon here. Bagel is super lit, and he has the bomb with him. It's going to be a very complicated way out. He needs to fight it, because Tyra already has his number, and he knows the location. He knows he is there in the carousel, and Bagel is about to bite the dust. He is not able to check that.
Oh my god, playing ring around the rosy once again. I thought for sure Tyra had that shot at that point. I was fully converted into a believer. Tyra making this round a reality for his team pretty much. J.S. Feldner gotta take it into his own hands. A couple of Deagles, or Deagle shots later, I should say, coming in courtesy of In Control. And the seal, you know how it goes. The seal on the round is completely done. I mean, this was just the absolute enabler. And I thought, like I said, for a second, just that was gonna come to pass. And the rest is history. Finally on the board if you are In Control. And they've been fighting pretty much from the back all the way throughout. So I really gotta commend them on pretty much never losing faith and knowing exactly how to bring the patience around here. So excellent to see the play out of them, even if the scoreboard doesn't quite reflect.
Still in the very early parts and segments of this, however, in Chicken Coop, again, because they were dying so much, even though they won some rounds, they were forced to play with mostly check 9s this time, and they only got 2 kills here. And the matchup is still more than winnable for In Control. As I usually say, it's 6 rounds usually that's still within the realms of possibility for a comeback. If you separate yourself from that, gets a little bit harder, not impossible, but 8 is looking like curtains at times, especially with the new score system where you only need 13 to win. But given the situation, I think that In Control can definitely feel in control of things. And here you go, once again, it's going to be one of those rounds in which you trade a ton of util to make sure that lower mid is closed off. And in this case, Taggy will not make his way through. Frizzy's gonna take a ton of damage on his attempt to move. And yep, Excavation is pretty much closed.
It is at the moment, but regardless of all that early utility, it seems like Chicken Coop have managed to invade the middle portion of the map. So they establish a strong enough position here to pose a threat once again. As with a bit of momentum, In Control have been looking unstoppable for the last couple of rounds. And to be fair, that is exactly what they were becoming, but I mean, there is always time for a change of pace here. Finally slowed down by quite a bit. Seems like Taggy gonna be the northernmost position player. Could give a couple of crucial pieces of info. Instead, he is gonna become not only information for the other team, but also a dead body in the ground. Again, this In Control who have been, you know, showing that resilience to hold down, but it's just a couple of trades and that little window of opportunity that was opened up by the deaths of their teammates. Chicken Coop are gonna take advantage of that to at the very least get a bump.
Losing the battle to the Opera, though, and that will be a very, very big price to pay. J.S. Feltner here loses his attempt at show up, but of course there's no double checking here, and Marro now forced to check back as well. He is going to be fighting against the Opera, but no, it is going to be Milo with just a Deagle going in to defuse the bomb. The Fusel Kid in hand, nothing to worry about. That's 3 in a row for In Control. Now, one more thing that we did not mention, this is Chicken Coop's own map selection, so of course a very good start for them. Thankfully, they did have the strat down, at least for the very beginning, but now the timings seem to be falling to the wayside a little bit. I don't see Chicken Coop being that creative with where they're placing themselves, and In Control has now learned a lot of their positioning, playing accordingly, and fighting the 1v1s with elegance. I love that final bullet from Milo with the Deagle against Marro.
And you can tell also Marro knew, right? Like, the positional awareness was there. He definitely knew where the push was going to be coming from. He just second guesses himself one too many times at the very end, and that is when it matters most. The fact into Tech 9 actions here for the Chicken Coop. Felder looking to be the first line of defense. Spray has got to work it first, and oh, I mean, a lot more damage coming their way. Not like it was ever, you know, set up for huge success this round for Chicken Coop as in control. I mean, they get quite bloody, but they get it done nonetheless.
For what it's worth, as long as you get the round victory, well, you can kind of count your losses later. But thankfully for them, you know, the money was still earned. Now, the big problem is that Chicken Coop will be playing with all AK sets. Well, mostly AKs. There is one Galil in play. But you know what? Thing is, for Chicken Coop, there's no Opera right now. They have not played the AWP a single time as far as I'm concerned, unless I missed out a round or two, but I don't think the AWP has been played, or at least it has not landed a kill, that's for sure. It's always the rifles, and here you go, the riflers in play. Chicken Coop take care of Dylan as he tries to defend excavation, but it will do no good, as now the area seems to be controlled by Chicken Coop, but they back down. Jace Feltner taking care of things and checking outside. He will come across Bagel real quick, but Bagel is actually looking towards him. Oh no, he outrolls the smoke! Jace Felder did not see Bagel, but I don't think Bagel saw him either! Dude, Bagel didn't see him!
Just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Let's see if that comes and bites him in the butt. And that Tyra gonna start with the punishes right here. JS Felder gonna do much of the same, but to the other side, and that, you know, wacky plays aside. Sometimes it's not in the cards for you. What else can I say? Of course, Chicken Coop still send the remainder of their team to try and really salvage something out of this round. Molly gotta make sure that nobody's pushing on the right side of the map, and instead Marro getting quite busy. He doesn't, but it does, but Freezy tries to take a challenge right there, and the plant is not even possible. The Molly just doesn't last long enough. I mean, had they been one more man up, I think that would have been a different story, but there's not enough players on base, I guess, to really feel absolutely comfortable in going for that plant, so unable to salvage much more than a couple of frags after that. So now it has been a complete takeover, right? Chicken Coop, it's been a minute since they last got a round, and let's see if this is only slight slump, or it's gonna last for a bit longer. And from what we were seeing right here, at the very least, they're trying to change that right away. You cannot be making those trades like that. A bit of info here for Bagel, too.
Yeah, he definitely saw Dylan on that jump. They're trying to scare them away now with the flash, and Dylan is able to walk back into dark. Chamber controlled by him. And now it's all about the fight on middle and how they will approach. With that smoke, they have earned a little bit more time for themselves, but they still need to worry about the upper set up on A, and of course Beast protecting Donut. But there you go, they have made their way through excavation, at least Bagel has. He is about to peek in. There's a smoke set up by the CTs on ramp, so that is going to mitigate a ton of attempted movements from Chicken Coop, and they're starting to throw their util of their own. I don't know, Roy. I don't think this is the pristine situation for you to outrun your util, but there you go. Dylan avoids most of those bullets, actually avoids all of them. Make that even more so, still at 100% HP, and there you go. He takes one. He twists around, but you know what? Bagel is not going to fight so easily. He does take care. Crazy takes care of Dylan, but immediately falls to the wayside, and it's Maro, the last one standing. He rushes in to plant the bomb, at least get the little bonus, and he does find it, but that's going to be the round. It's going to be a defusal for In Control once again.
I'm kind of surprised, honestly, that Maro managed to even get that on the move with how he was being chased around, you know? Even through the smoke, you can tell the enemy knew exactly where he was going to be positioned, because, I mean, it was the only place that meant any quote-unquote, at the very least, momentary safety for himself. So again, much of what we saw, but now in the earlier portions of this first half, but now with the places kind of flipped around, you know? It is now Chicken Coop the ones that are left scrapping for every single frag that they can get, finding themselves in awkward spots. Whereas In Control feel much more composed at the moment. And we have been seeing the way that they have navigated through the map, whether it is by luck or just by sheer skills, because we've seen a couple of both instances in that regard. I mean, they have been getting the best of a Chicken Coop, to say the least, so far. So, let's see if they will guarantee themselves the mathematical advantage, or if there is still a bit of a chance here for Chicken Coop to catch up. Because, or at least as for right now, that very much is still a possibility.
Even more so now that you did take care of Dylan, one of the crucial intel getters for In Control, but now Jace Feltner seems to be the killer for them. Ooh, just 3 kills behind Tyra, but he already located a couple of crucial members, and now only Taggy remains for Chicken Coop. He does find the first kill, almost a second on Beast, but it will be it for this round. Roy, that losing streak is getting a lot larger as time goes on. It's been 7 in a row now. Of course, the differential between the two teams is not that big. Only 3 rounds separate the two. But I think it's all about momentum, and we have talked about timings, and we have talked about util usage, and how smart In Control has been playing it so far. They really just took the first 4 rounds as adaptation, get the read on your opponent, and now they've got the timings just right, because lower mid in particular has not been lost by In Control for the most part. They have lost maybe 2 players 2 times, like 2 rounds, but look at how much damage Chicken Coop is taking in exchange for them to find 1 or 2 kills. And here you go, Beast has kind of announced his arrival. He does take care of 1 player. Now it's a disadvantage for In Control because Chicken Coop was able to enter Donut instead of fighting for jungle.
Able to keep, at the very least, a couple of heads on their shoulders is In Control here. Heavy positioning from Chicken Coop. The entire mid of the map, it's theirs. Whether they decide to take the route north or perhaps straight to A, it is all left to be seen. Now, at the very least, blocking some avenues here, it seems like their course of action has been decided. We do have Jace Felder on the flank. There are plenty of players actually capable of tagging him, but oh no, taking a little too long on that. I don't know if that was, we usually call it trigger discipline, but perhaps sluggishness at that point. Yeah, and in the meantime, it is Chicken Coop the ones that are winning their encounters. And after the successful scouting out of that flank, seems like they, at the very least, were ready to do a bit more out of their first half. So their tier rounds are over. It is now time for Chicken Coop to sit back and do much of what In Control were so successful at, because that was a bit of a streak that we saw for quite a while. It was 4 in a row for Chicken Coop, and from then it was 7 straight on behalf of In Control. And the Chicken Coop finally, at the very least, able to put a bit more of a positive note for the ending of our first half. Of course, not too large of a lead, and back into pistols, fairly important stuff, especially here for Chicken Coop, as not only are they trailing, but this is their pick, like you mentioned.
It is, and at least for them, they did not go into the second half with that big of a deficit. Only 2 rounds. Like I said, even with that 7-round win streak from In Control, they did not separate themselves that much in the scoreboard. And it shows here. Now In Control is going right into A for a very swift and quick plant. And Dylan, on the defense, he does find the headshot on Taggy, and Maro is down, only leaving Frizzy as the final player standing for Chicken Coop flashed out of his mind as well. Poor guy, he does find a headshot or 2. So wait a minute, is he actually gonna do it? Is he actually? Frizzy, are you actually gonna pop off right here? Are you actually gonna do it? My boy, 32 HP, he can still find the kill on Beast. Ooh, maybe he flew too close to the sun.
Oh man, I mean, dealing with Dylan perhaps was gonna be, I don't want to say an easier task, but, you know, given that he was packing the dualies and all, but dealing with Beast was always going to be a bit of a trouble, as it was going to be an absolute shootout between those two. And so, In Control are able to regain back their pace in this match, at the very least for the beginning. as it is going to be much harder for them to get ecoed as their opponents are playing defense. I mean, they are taking their sweet time here by ramp. They gotta wait around Molly. Beast gonna be the entry once again.
You know, given the timing distribution or the timing mix-ups from In Control in previous rounds, I am hoping for Chicken Coop to, you know, kind of try and play to their strengths and at least get some good predictions going, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Of course, playing with just the Glocks and, sorry, just the USPs and such, I don't think you're going to have that easy of a time, but, you know, at least it did some damage to Dylan. And there is one more player still in the hunt for someone else. Little Beer comes across as Feltner, but he's still going to bite the dust. And this is going to put In Control in what I would call the tail end of the map, as they do find their 9th round victory. Only 4 more to go. Easier said than done, but you do have the upper hand in the economics right now. But Chicken Coop is going to go ahead and buy 3 M4s and a couple of FAMASs, which at this point in the map, or at least in this point in the half, ain't too bad to have. I will give respect to the FAMAS in the early rounds of each half. Not beyond that. But In Control can definitely feel a little bit scared about what's about to happen here. And oh, careful there, Gilles Feltner, burning his legs.
Bit unfortunate, but they move still. Only Jace Felder being left to the other side of the map. The rest of the squad, you already know where they're headed. However, Little Beer is in a perfect position. At the very least, this at the faintest hue or of any sort of movement, they can make something happen. And yeah, they definitely hear all the util flying by. Dylan gonna be the first approacher. He's repositioning only to make sure that anybody that makes it out of position is absolutely gonna get punished here. Expecting the flank, huge call out of Bagel as well. So J.S. Felder's long con type of play doesn't really pay off. However, at the very least, In Control able to make it into a planning position. And now it is time for us to see a retake.
Just a swing and a click and make that 2 kills for Dylan. I mean, I love the site's defense coming through from, from Chicken Coop so far, as Frizzy is the one to take care of things, but I will also have to applaud how In Control was finding the kills initially. This will be a very tight defusal, but Chicken Coop is finally going to set themselves up on the board in this second half. The first defusal for them as well. They did get a couple of bomb explosion victories in the earlier half. Shout out to Dylan, man. He was definitely popping off. Unfortunately, did not quite find the final headshots that he needed, especially against Frizzy, who did pop off here. But you know what? A very interesting end of the round for them regardless. And now it's a 3-round differential once again. You can never get that far away from Chicken Coop, no matter how hard you try. But In Control can still turn things around. I think there's still a lot of momentum on their side.
He's definitely got a bit more hectic than they were expecting, but hey, coming out on top, that's what matters most. Almost shooting through his teammate right there. Maro will end up dying to the god nade that Dylan throws right there. So already losing plenty of firepower. Are In Control, however. This chasing through mid, Beast gonna make it out to elbow. Out from elbow, sorry, and immediately try to claim heads. He does manage to get a frag from his efforts and put Little Beer within striking distance too. Had they found that frag, that would have been massive, as it would have set up the 2-on-2 here for In Control. However, and they're gonna have to be a bit more cautious about how they approach this and being extra careful here. At the very least, that play from earlier did make Chicken Coop back down for a second to try and guarantee that there was nobody around mid, but this does leave the site wide open, so it is going to be an attempted B retake once again.
incoming forces. It's not going to be just ramp. Chicken Coop notices that there's no more usual flying out, so In Control has now run through all of what they've had. And In Control does have the AWP on their side, however, it's Milo who will now be blocked, but not quite there in time. Milo does take care of the first one, and look at this trigger discipline from Tyra. He is gonna take care of both of them on the same click. Goodness gracious! Tyra with the clip of the match. And he is also the biggest killer so far. Wow, what a discipline he just showed there. And In Control has now reached the double digits on rounds.
Oh, brother, this is getting interesting. This is definitely getting interesting right here. I mean, let's take one more look at it. He just waits for the perfect lineup. Literally the perfect lineup. My goodness, that was just... Chef's kiss, bro. Chef's kiss all the way out. And back in the pistols they are, but perhaps a little bit overconfident to get In Control, as they do end up losing quite a bit. This attempted fast play doesn't quite go as expected, as Chicken Coop are able to call them out on the move. That is a bit unfortunate if you're In Control. However, there is still a fighting chance regardless of the numbers differential that was prevalent at one point. Especially as, of course, not only are they underpowered, but also near death's door. Both Freezy and Bagel. He kissed around goodbye in a second, but oh my god. How do you let that happen? Taggy taking care of business right here. But now Freezy's on the chase. This is potential disaster here for In Control, and Taggy, oh my god, from a distance. Oh, it was always meant to go out like that, and look at it. What a successful round here for Chicken Coop. These four starters, they know exactly where their opponents want to go. Not even getting caught off guard. Little Beard even getting to show his trigger finger, you know? Right there, as the rest of the squad is able to call out the rotation to the other side. Just beautifully done by Chicken Coop. Pretty much everything going in their favor, and some excellent aim to close things out. But not only that, also the teamwork looking clean. So perhaps this is exactly what Chicken Coop were hoping for. Perhaps it took them a little bit longer than expected to make it to that point, but hey, after all, it is not too big of a lead quite yet. If you're In Control, I don't think that you can be falling asleep at the wheel quite yet.
What's amazing about that round is that it was a very slow one, where you could almost tell exactly where everybody from Chicken Coop was, but In Control was just not ready to pull the trigger for the most part, where Chicken Coop was ready to focus their efforts on specific targets, turning their USPs into a pseudo rapid-fire weapon as everybody was pointing towards the same guy. Now you do have to worry here, as a lot of your players are taking a bit of damage, but you know what, you're only going to have to worry about Milo, so eventually the overwhelm is going to be too much. Chicken Coop has now won 2 in a row, and this is going to put them once again at only 2 rounds away from their opponents. It's just amazing to me how Chicken Coop, even though they are not winning as hard as they did in the first 4 rounds, have not really left the match, you know? They still have a chance here, a fighting chance at life. They are never out of it. And they can still push even towards an overtime if they so want to. They could also get a lead here, who knows, in just 3 more rounds, but easier said than done. In the meantime, though, In Control, I'm not saying that they're going to kiss this round goodbye, but it is going to be a lot harder for them to get around like the one Chicken Coop did.
Oh yeah, I mean, usually to be fair, I am more used to see teams get E-code when their opponents are on T, because at the very least, you and set the pace at which you want to go. However, that being said, it still requires, you know, things to go quite right for the team that is going eco, and also a couple of mistakes being delivered on the other end. And Chicken Coop is having none of that, as Bagel finds the clear up. Oh my lord. Bagel 1 away from getting himself an ace. To be fair, Milo still is going to try to move forwards, but, I mean, fight all you want for it. This is not looking too clean. Bagel, do you even take the... Oh, he tried for it. He definitely tried for it. He wanted to show that off on the stat line, but it was just not meant to be. However, this round was always a foregone conclusion after that 4K that we did see coming in from the man himself, Bagel.
Good Chicken Coop, though, for finding the 3 in a row. I mean, it had been a while since they had managed any winning streak. The first round that they won here was round 15. The one before that was round 12. The one before that was round 4. So yeah, they definitely took their time analyzing what In Control was doing to get their wins. Thankfully, though, it pays off. Now, I will tell you, a big part of Chicken Coop's success is finding a way to stop In Control's approach from the halls. You can see them consistently try to make an approach on A sides, and they never are successful, or at least not recently. They have not been successful. And one of those failures was an eco round, the one that Chicken Coop was playing as an eco. In Control was not able to defeat those USPs. So B becomes one of the better positions for them to play, but Chicken Coop has not really given In Control too much leeway to find an extra kill or something. Now they do locate someone here, and it's Frizzy. He needs to run away, but Tyra has bitten the dust in the meantime. And maybe, just maybe, Frizzy will be the one to relay all the intel. He does see Jace Feltner pushing, and there you have it. That's the first kill. Almost a second as Dylan takes a ton of damage in the process. But 3 players remain for In Control as Frizzy takes the luxury to even switch weapons in the meantime. And there you have it, man. Only 3 players remain for In Control. One of them super lit, more so a zombie than a player, but still alive and kicking. And they see him already. That's 2 players emerging from Dark and Chamber. And oh no, Maro caught with Util in his hands.
Oh, that is a tough spot to be sure. And even with a bit of an upgrade, most of Chicken Coop are packing already those AKs. Beast gonna try to put an end to it and steal it. Teamwork is going to be there. The coordination. Oh, that smoke not getting popped quite on time. That is going to give just the slightest window of opportunity for a little beer to go ahead and claim himself 2 more lives. And that means with the defusal also, we are heading into a map that has been completely evened out. 10 to 10 in, well, I think at this point, if you're In Control, then you wanna, go easy on the spendings for a little while, because, I mean, you want to guarantee yourself a straight path to victory, or at the very least a path which it's possible. You don't want to find yourself handed tied without access to your wallet in the later portions of the match. So, I mean, they're gonna have to pay for it in kind here. And that means that Chicken Coop get to have a fun time in trying to shut them down. A couple of kills do come by though, and the B push will be going as expected, as the plant is an absolute success for them. Whether or not they will be able to keep this one alive, well, that remains to be seen. As of course, both Beast and Milo did have enough time to, at the very least, get themselves 4 rifles in their hands. Now they know they should be coming from the other side of the square. From the back lanes and all the way into sight. First Brave Soul is Beast. Beast is gonna find them both. We don't get to quite see it, but nonetheless, it happened in the blink of an eye. Emerging from the smoke, victorious now. And In Control in a round in which, I mean, they were... For a second, it felt like they were struggling to get their heads back in the game, but no, they just were waiting for their opportunity to strike, and now the time was right.
That's the final timeout for Chicken Coop as well. Sorry, the final tactical pause. And one thing that I would like to highlight is that Jace Feltner was in chamber. He decided to rush, and it was a very, question mark kind of rush. Because, he made himself a target, but then you see what happened right after. There was a push from T-Ramp. The person who killed him was a lot closer to the back alleys, so it was a lot better for In Control to find those targets. And this is actually the play here. As Jace Faulkner showed himself, Marro was the one who took care of him, and then the rest was history as everybody started to trade kills, including Marro. He dies, and then there's a very easy push for In Control to just go in, and then eventually receive the final ambush from Chicken Coop's players on the back alleys. So now we get another A-side push. Will this one be successful? I think that they have failed a few times already. They don't check for box, and that's going to cost them big as they do lose one player. But careful here, it's the Flash that does the job. They cannot find the player behind the box, and that's Bagel. Bagel, man, wow, only took a total of 26 damage this whole time, and no one from Chicken Coop has died.
Oh, brother, that is a tragic approach there for In Control, as now the final player had already been in the sights of the enemy team for so long. Little Beer, whether or not he managed to do it, I mean, the rest of the squad was there, and they were ready to collapse in at a moment's notice. Perfectly even once more. I mean, In Control, what went wrong right there? They're going to be forced to take a step back once again, as they are not going to be going full power. This is a round that it's a must win for them, whereas for their opponents, well, at the very least, their wallets are looking a little bit better. Get a clean right there. It doesn't scout anybody, Maro. Gonna try for a second time around. Ends up being just a, I don't want to say a waste, but you know, a resource that doesn't quite pay off as expected there for the likes of Chicken Coop. Milo getting tagged up, but dishing out a little bit of pain right back. Oh, okay. How did Maro manage to get that Pyra? Definitely did not see that one coming, but nonetheless, In Control are going to be starting with numbers down already. However, Frizzy is in a very dangerous spot. Let's see what In Control can do to perhaps still make a case for it, because look at the position that Chicken Coop have already taken throughout the map. These guys already know exactly where their opponents want to go for an approach, and so that means the B side is going to be completely swarmed.
And swarming they are. Unfortunately for Dylan, his efforts at spraying will not do any good. The run and gun has met its match. And Chicken Coop have put themselves at one round away from victory this whole time, man. Or at least for the first half. I would not have expected this outcome. We can still even see overtime, honestly, if In Control played smart. But man, that money does give you some room to work with, but it's going to be a complicated one. You will definitely see either Galils or AKs coming through, but how much util Chicken Coop in the meantime? All 5 of them, or rather 3 of them and 2, with M4s and AKs, arming themselves not quite to the teeth. There won't be an opera this time. They would rather play the rifler battle. As In Control go for their first tactical pause, and if you ask me, they're probably going to go for more than one maybe, but nope, it seems like they're not going to ice their opponents out just yet. They are going to soon start purchasing. And this is going to be a very interesting end of the map, Roy. We either have overtime or we have a winner, as Chicken Coop might set themselves on the board. And like we said before, Chicken Coop either wins 2-0 or loses 2-0. And so far, they're looking like they can make any comeback they want.
Oh yeah, I mean, looking pristine, especially after how they played that last round. Mind you that, yeah, In Control were not playing with full rifles, but I mean, still, a W is a W, and putting themselves within striking distance is what matters most for them at this point. 2 players on each side, and we do have Freezy in a bit more flexible position. Bagel gonna swing and miss. That could come to bite him. Let's see if that proves to be a costly mistake at the end of the day. Zealing is moving towards Lamp. He is not alone, of course. And ain't nobody waiting for him on the other side, as Mara does decide to retreat. Seems like that early call-out puts Chicken Coop a bit on edge, as this gives In Control a chance to approach B more freely. Utility is going to be hurt. Let's see if Marro does give the call out here for Chicken Coop to try and circle back around. It's just a routine checkup, I swear, they say, and Chicken Coop, they try to fight for it, but it's too little too late. In control, completely dominating side right now, and not only is the plant right there, I don't think they're even gonna need it because they are wiping away everybody. We do have a tight situation once again, so this map is not quite over.
Overtime it is, and what's even more interesting about this whole thing is that, remember, Chicken Coop is playing with their substitute of Marro. Marro was not supposed to be here, it was supposed to be Supa. But here you have it, it's going to lead them into an overtime. It could have been a victory. Unfortunately, they kind of miss out the mark on the very final round, but In Control played that very smart. And I think that the very beginning of that loss was actually when Bagel did not quite land the kill on the players approaching Donut. That's when you kind of definitely start feeling the weight of your mistakes. You can see it here materialized. Hopefully next time there will be a lot more security on the trigger, because that was the last round of the map. You could have taken the victory with a very early lead, especially because there was somebody right behind Jace Feltner, or I think it was Dylan, but there was somebody right behind him, and it could have turned into a double kill coming through from Bagel, but unfortunately it is what it is, and now we've got this situation. What I will tell you, Roy, is that in terms of the KD distribution, I do see a lot more balance on In Control's side. You have got 3 people with at least 20 kills, whereas Chicken Coop, for the most part, have a 1 as their first digit. Only Frizzy is the real killer here. He is the biggest killer of the map, but not really what you want to see as an individual effort, right? You want to see it being a team effort, and you want to see everybody on their A game. So I think that Chicken Coop can finally, you know, after this second half, they can finally aim for greatness here, as they know that they can work as a team. It's just a matter of confidence.
Let's see where this takes them. You said it earlier that this may just go 2-0 in one direction or the other, as per the trend that Chicken Coop has been following. On the other hand, though, In Control has been following the exact opposite trend, in which it is always a close match for them, and this is looking like one more of those, to be honest. So let's see how things go now that they don't really have to worry about the money in their pockets. Immediate prioritization of Elbow, as per usual, coming in from Chicken Coop. The CT's at the ready, especially Little Beer right there, who's going to be catching onlookers right away. Neither Tyrant nor Beast can deal with him. Jace Felder finally, oh my lord, that is a big, big double. What an answer coming in from In Control. They've already managed to tie this one up, and well, they want to perhaps make it back into CT. Once again, we've seen them rack quite a few rounds in that regard, and after all, of course, they'll make it back into such a position. Rizzi, I think he definitely saw the movement right there. He's just got to wait for his opportunity to strike onto Dylan. He's quite lit up already. Doesn't even look at the back. Dylan going to be calling that one out, but I mean, the position that they have to deal with, given the numbers that Chicken Coop are playing with, is kind of tough for In Control. G.S. Milner fighting tooth and nail. That is 3 frags for him already. Make that 4 in the 5th one. Well, that'll never make it in, and just in the nick of time, perfectly timed. The biggest fragger for his team. Crazy is gonna make it happen. Leave it all to him to make sure that things stand right and true for his team.
But man, you take 1 frame longer to start that defuse and you lose the round. That bomb explodes on your face, but dang, son.
You let go of the key? Oh, sorry, guys. I just, you know.
Sorry, guys, my bad. I just cost us a few $100s, but yeah, my bad.
I'm just, you know, I'm changing my keyboard. You know, I'm just getting used to it. That's me. That's my excuses. That was not Freezy though. He just made it happen perfectly, and so finally reaching that 13. Let's see what more can they do other CT rounds here. Chicken Coop definitely are gonna need a bit more where that came from.
Chicken Coop have thankfully played a very solid CT before, so they're still kind of carrying that momentum forward. It's when we switch to T side that I feel kind of worried about them. But I'm also expecting In Control to at least find one victory here on this side. If they don't, that will be some pretty big red light bulbs being lit up. Now Jace Feltner here, pretty free approach through the temple, and they find 2 players. Bagel goes down as well. You've got 3 remaining from Chicken Coop to make a defensive effort. Of course, they're gonna have to take care of the chamber first, and this donut will not quite be cleared up just yet. You've got Dylan on one side, and you've got Tyra on the other. Tyra's going to bite the dust, but there you have it! Dylan and Milo coming in with the clutch. In Control is going to win this one off of a massacre, and they run out to grab some more loot if possible. But the AKs are going to repeat themselves, and finally we've got an AWP in play once more. It's Milo carrying it.
Oh, brother. I mean, you have to put on your mean faces for this game because it seems to be going all the way down to the wire. 3 away, both of these teams. Striking distance, so this may very well be the pivotal moment of this entire match, even. We'll see. Omaro gets the cleanup again. Not only did he get the damage with the HE, he also gets a few shots onto Tyra. Did pay quite a high price for it, though, at the very least in his health. That definitely is going to cut options that In Control currently have for an approach, especially now that Bagel is going to be watching them from elbow. Doesn't want to overexpose himself, as he knows that, but he may still be taking a peek. Fighting tooth and nail right here. A crucial smoke. Make sure that Maro doesn't get quite a clear line of sight. He's going to be up to Taggy on the other end, but Little Beer hitting the flank, and that is perhaps the final nail in the coffin. Beast was left all alone, and he was quite surrounded at that point. Even the smoke didn't really play a massive role right there. The Chicken Coop, they crossed the line towards victory with a strong 14, but still, this is not quite done.
Not quite indeed. You've still got a chance for Chicken Coop to claim a couple more victories, and then the whole map will be for them. Once again, this is their own selection, so you gotta make it count. For what it's worth, though, Chicken Coop has seen themselves in dark positions before, and most of those happened on T side, so who knows, maybe In Control will be able to win all 3 of these and not give up any. Their CT was quite solid. They did find that 7-round win streak to then finally lose the 8th, right at the tail end of the first half. So if they can channel their inner CTs once again, I could see them steal this map away and then play Nuke with a lot more confidence, as that it will be the next map we're headed to. Chicken Coop, in the meantime, have already shown themselves, and they have announced their arrival towards the ramp. You've got Dylan here checking, and I'm not sure if those bullets actually check where he wanted them to. But there you go, they're simply going to stand here by the door and throw all their util out to try and bring In Control out of their own areas, force someone into fighting for ramp, and then get the numeric advantage, but it seems like they're not giving them an inch so far.
Dylan gonna be in a crucial spot. Not gonna be the only one, though. He does get rid of the Little Beer. A couple of shots through the smoke. Doesn't find a good mark, but he is going to get himself an AK now for his troubles. Nobody currently watching over the lamp side of the map. Beast, though, that is a big kill for them as they continue to dwindle away the numbers from Chicken Coop. And this is, I think, exactly the pace that In Control were hoping to play at. Making it back to CT side and make sure that, they just can sit around for a little bit. Power replacing Dylan in his efforts, but still Dylan is going to be the one closest up. Tracy tries to make an entry right here and immediately taken to the other side. Dylan knew exactly how things were going around as the T's trying to invade side, but nobody is making it. to a successful plant, not on his watch.
This is similar to what happened to Chicken Coop earlier when they were trying, to In Control earlier when they were trying to approach A sites consistently, and they never quite found that success. Chicken Coop here are some consistent players in trying to approach B side with that same impetus, and it has not always worked out for them. They did win a few battles here and there, but it's because they got control of mid first. So now they try to fight for mid control, and unfortunately they're met with a molly and a smoke, and they're forced to step back. So In Control has been looking at their own win condition. They know that taking care of mid with util is the first part to victory, and there you have it. They find Bagel here as he tries to cross through the smoke. No good for him, and Milo takes care of Frizzy with the op.
Right, In Control here. They seem to have woken up. Oh, Taggy tries to make it happen. He does get rid of Dylan. However, the crossfire was set upon him, and that was a tough position. If Maro does manage to get rid of Jace Feldner, this may yet go to their favor. It would still be a 3v2. Instead, Jace Feldner gets a W here, and the challenge, quite a little bit of health taken away. Well, at least their job is going to be all the easier. Oh my god, what a throw right there on the nade. As the HE will do its job. And Little Beer, he doesn't have much health. He still has the AK. Finds one at the very least. But the other two, they come perfectly in sync. And that means, well, nothing good for the T's right here. First to make it to a point in which they at least guarantee themselves another fighting chance are In Control. It is now left for the team that picked this map for Chicken Coop to show us if they can force a second OT.
It is looking like In Control's territory here, though. Like I said, their CT was stellar, only losing their 8th round, possibly in a row, an 8th victory, because they just couldn't quite hold on to sight on that final push from Chicken Coop at the end of that first half. And now Chicken Coop here outrunning the util. It's Lil Beer, sorry, it's Taggy, who might be able to claim a kill or two, but no, instead Milo finds Maro. He knows that he's about to be ambushed with util, so he better move out of the box already. Sets up a smoke of his own. Nobody tries to outrun it. And now we've got Chicken Coop once again with a deficit in the player count and a no good position, if you ask me, regarding the entire map. Honestly, I don't think they're gonna win control of things very easily. I don't think that there will be much success on their end unless they're able to find an extra kill, namely on Milo, because he already showed his preciseness with the AWP. But unfortunately here, I think that Tyra will be the one In Control. If he finds Taggy first, that might be even more hurtful. Taggy looking out, he sees him, and there you go, Tyra wins that fight. And is he gonna force a 2 to come back? No, there's no chance for them. Little Beer still with the bomb in him though. Oh no, but he's gonna die from all the way back there. Milo knows about the last player, and that's the map, everybody. In Control is going to win it.
Oh man. That was a brutal way to end it, and you have to commend the patience being shown here by In Control. They just wait for Tyra to make the first move, and as soon as they know that the enemy is going to be distracted, they strike right in. And so that's how In Control claimed the first map and their opponent's own pick. So now it is left up to Chicken Coop to try and find an answer, but that is going to be towards Nuke. And boy, oh boy, well, let's see what happens over there. Okay, it seems like my camera's been acting funny this time around, but hey, don't worry, guys. That is not what really matters here. What matters, like I said, is seeing if Chicken Coop is going to follow that same trend. I hopefully, I'm expecting not to see that become a 0-2 record for them in this match, because that will put them right at elimination spot.
Yes, it will. It will give them a negative record. Remember, this is the middle echelon of the group stage, so you win, you're kind of safe for a little bit longer. You lose, you're about to get taken out of the tournament. You don't want to be in that position. But Roy, this was only the first map of the matchup and of the day for us. So, how about we take a little break, because we've still got a lot of action coming up. Everybody, we will be right back. Just stick around just a few more minutes. And after a victory, very contested victory at that from In Control, we are now headed into the second map, this time In Control's own map selection of Nuke. Now, like I said before, Roy, if Chicken Coop won, they won 2-0. If they lost 2-0. So far, they're on track to losing 2-0. This is not their own map selection. They lost in overtime. That must have been a toll to take on. And they played with their sub, so, you know, a very solid result for that. For you to play with a sub, not bad. But it's not quite the victory.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely, you know, it's not feeling exactly successful right now for them. However, they definitely have a chance to change the tide around here. Of course, we're going to be heading towards Nuke now. And it seems like, yeah, indeed, Supa will not be joining the Chicken Coop quite yet. It's going to be Marro still for that regard. So let's see if they can still make do with that. I mean, it's not like it was, you know, one-sided ordeal after all. It was fairly contentious, like you mentioned. But it does come down to, you know, getting those plays right at the end of the day. And when you're not with your full squad, well, that can be a little bit complicated. But we'll be jumping straight into the match right now to see how Chicken Coop can perhaps make the miracle happen and challenge the odds, because like you said, it's been you know, a bit of a trend for them that they lose in 2-0 fashion or win in 2-0 fashion, and so far, if it continues, well, it is not boding too well for them.
We'll see how it evolves. However, I think that if there's any chance for them to, you know, set themselves apart, oh, it could be right here, and there you go, Marro starting out. His first bullet is going to be a headshot onto Beast. Also crucial to get that one on Beast, because he was probably the biggest killer, or one of the most dangerous players of the last map, so you want to make darn sure that he is not quite as confident going into this one. Now, a bit of stalling here from Tyra and JS Feltner as they play around the doors, but here we go, it's a different approach now, as they have taken on the second floor, and Ops is their own. JS Feltner, though, taking a ton of damage, oh, and so is Dylan! So that's another kill for In Control. They do take Taggy down. But I don't know, Roy, even though Tyra is there within the silo, it's a very complicated spot to plant on, and now you've only got a 3v1 matchup against Bagel, but Bagel with the crucial grenade set up. Man, for a pistol round, this is looking quite active.
Oh yeah, it is. I mean, action-packed from the very start, exactly what you want to see from Chicken Coop right here. Oh, Milo doesn't even get a chance to start. Marro, you know, making sure that everybody knows what he's worth. And wow, it was a complete sweep right there from Chicken Coop. Only Taggy, you know, getting to miss out on some of the fun, but for the most part, the rest of the squad are doing the job, especially the stand-in as well. That may not be super, but nonetheless, it's still going to be putting in the work for the squad that decided to call upon him. Of course, this, like many maps, perhaps favoring the CTs a bit more. Let's see if Chicken Coop can ramp up a bit further, even after getting themselves a bit of a bonus in this one. If things don't go completely south, because Tyra's hitting shots like those. I thought for a second he was going to get punished, and double trouble right here, but he has no problem whatsoever in dealing with that. It will take a third player in Beast to actually catch Freezy on the move. Milo perhaps trying to get himself some of the weaponry that had already fallen on the ground. And he does indeed. Oh, that is terrible timing on his end. Caught reloading, and Taggy was at the ready very, very fast to punish that. So things could have definitely, you know, been thrown out in a weird situation for Chicken Coop, because In Control did manage to find that first frag, but it just it wasn't in the cards for them. So now the answer to the question that I was posing earlier perhaps is ready to be answered here. Is ready to be set by Chicken Coop, because they are going to be positioning themselves to fight against the terrorist forces that are trying to scout out their position throughout the outer portion of the map.
What's interesting for Chicken Coop is that it's usually the beginning of the map where they really start shining. Then things might get out of control a little bit. And you know, a 2-round win streak is really not that big of a deal at first, but given the history for them, it could be the big difference between victory and defeat, whether we go to Anubis or not. In Control, however, are going to take their sweet time. Even though they are playing with rifles, they don't want to give them up that easily, especially considering that Bagel is still playing with the FAMAS. It's lethal for sure, it can still be lethal, but it's not quite an M4A1S like the rest of them. So if they were to find Bagel, that would be a pretty good position to be in, but even more so one of the M4s. In Control though, waiting for the util to dry off. A good attempt in my opinion, but unfortunately there Tyra caught as he was bringing his gun out. And now Jace Feltner as well, unfortunately, as he is walking into the site, he ends up biting the dust, and this is it for the round. Chicken Coop with 3 rounds to their name, and Bagel still alive and kicking. He has not died once, and neither has Little Beer.
Dominant so far, but of course to be expected perhaps. Over this first reset, maybe posing a bit more of trouble for In Control. Oh, the lineup was just good lucky there from Freezy, if I'm not mistaken. But hey, you're not complaining about that type of thing if you just falls on your lap. Oh, excellent out of Maro too, calling out the aggressive play from Tyra, as he knows that the T's have to close in the distance. Oh, J.S. Feldner taking 120 shots and being not quite able to close out that frag like he might have wanted. Kill doesn't come through, but still, at the very least, they do have some numbers. Though the bomb, not exactly in a position which it can be moved easily. Not given the position that Chicken Coop are playing with, of course. Still, though, let's see if In Control can work out some magic here. Time is of the essence, of course. You'll be waiting for that. Oh, letting go of this opportunity to strike Dylan. That's a bit unfortunate. And he is going to be meeting his end by Maros' hand. I was going to say the trading continues, but now it's an all-out onslaught on behalf of Chicken Coop. Couple wasted opportunities right there for the T's, and that ends up being very costly. That alongside the fact that, well, it was already gonna be a tough round regardless of what happened because of the firepower difference.
And the Tech-9 can still find a headshot or two. Oh man, but it's no good when you still have to peek like that and you've got Little Beer taking care of his angles. Very awkward timings that you have to play with, and given your HP, yeah, just not a ton of room to work with. Chicken Coop, however, I don't think they were shining that much in the timing department as much as they were in just good positioning. That's where they won in the first few rounds of Ancient when we were in the last map. In Control eventually understood the rhythm. That's where they were able to, you know, put up a bit of a comeback and eventually win the map. But it did take them 4 rounds to get going, and this is much of the same 4 rounds in a row that they have lost. Chicken Coop still feeling swell and alive and kicking, but this is where In Control should start to come through and maybe earn a round or 2 to their name. And Chicken Coop even went for a tactical pause, knowing that this is where In Control is probably going to wake up. So you've got the rifles coming in from In Control, all the AKs galore, and on the other side you've got 3 AKs, 1 AWP, and an M4A1S. So I think the Chicken Coop still doing better on the loadout department, But In Control now with full riflers should be able to do something well. And here you go, util galore as well. Here it goes, and Jace Feltner immediately finding Frizzy! Already looking like a different team, but unfortunately for them, Maro does not go down, although he does take quite a bit of damage.
Alright, let's see. Is it more success or another heartbreak here for In Control as Bagel was trying to fight his way through? Oh, excellent pickup. Coming in courtesy of Dylan now. Little Bear and Taggy completely separated throughout the map. However, Little Bear still finds a ray of hope in the form of that kill on Beast. He's gonna have to deal with a couple of T's right here. He does heed the call of Taggy, and they do manage to make this not only an even situation, I would say, but even a slightly favorable one for them. And even more so now, completely turning things around. Turns out, one AK and one M4 can completely change the landscape of how things may be going here. Tyra, okay, at the very least, get something for his own troubles. Still 40 seconds on the clock. At this moment, Taggy should know that the menace is coming from B, but oh, Tyra not looking out for the right door. That is a bit unfortunate, but nonetheless, I have to hugely commend Taggy and Little Bear, who put in an absolute show to make this situation, you know, take it, flip it on its head. Because it was looking tough at one point there for Chicken Coop, but instead it is 5-0. Nada for In Control.
Super unfortunate for them. This was probably the best round they have shown so far. And yet the result is more of the same. This is their own map selection, need I remind you guys of that. Now In Control were still able to make a full investment, with full util of that, but it is definitely feeling like a much more dangerous round to play. No matter what the loss bonus is, you could end up losing it just in the mental department. And we were talking about the timings. Given how many avenues of movement Nuke gives you, it's definitely a lot harder to tell how the rhythm is going to go. But I think that In Control had a pretty good read of it, at least starting in the last round. Eventually they kinda lost it, and you could see Chicken Coop just feeling a lot more clever about the way they were moving.
Oh, Taggy kinda stuck in a tough situation, but not even the fire manages to deter him as he continues to fire his way through. And his enemies, well, they continue to hit the ground. Oh, Dylan not checking for his back. And this is all in the favor of the CTs right now. Chicken Coop definitely made the most out of the little break time that we had in between maps, because this is looking like an entirely different squad. However, I may be talking a little bit too ahead of myself, because we've seen things like this, leads like this even, evaporate in just the blink of an eye. So I wouldn't put it past them, past In Control, I should say, to still make this comeback, even in spite of just how dominant this CT side has been for Chicken Coop.
They already secured half of the half, needless to say, for their own good. So dang, son, Chicken Coop, what a dominant performance early on. Kind of akin to what In Control did in the second half of the last map. Now, unfortunately for them, for Chicken Coop that is, they still need to play T-Set later on, so who knows if they will be able to adapt like that when it's time to play the quote-unquote lesser side. But given that this is not their own map selection, they're already doing quite a fine job here on CT. But yeah, the side switch is the real question in the air right now. But look at that, that's 7 for them. They already secured the lead before the end of the first half. So yeah, just steamrolling through their opponents. Of course, knowing that the loss bonus is going to be consistently good for In Control, $3,400 always means that you are going to have, you know, the AKs and the AWP coming in at least every 2 rounds, and here is no exception. This one is no exception. In Control goes in. But I don't know, Roy. I keep talking about the timing because timing of the util here on Nuke is also crucial.
True.
But it seems to be just a barrage of util at the very beginning. Not a ton of thought behind it. As In Control tries to set up the wall of smokes, they try to rush through the smokes and everything, but they don't quite check their flanks either, so Maro could here emerge real soon and find Dylan. Unfortunately, he loses that battle, but there's the intel relay, and Dylan goes down immediately after. The relay of intel from In Control, from Chicken Coop is amazing.
Yeah, they've been just playing to the strengths of the CTs even. Been able to hold the position, you know, circle back around, and now Milo has way too many spots to be worrying about. The frag was gonna be coming from somewhere. It was just a matter of whether or not he could claim a life before bowing out, and the answer is, well, not exactly. In Control, in dire need of changing something up, because quite literally nothing has been going their way. Huge props to Taggy, who has been playing lights out this entire time and being such a huge asset for his team. Much needed change of pace. I mean, In Control kind of used to trading maps back and forth, but I was not expecting it to go like this, especially not in their own pick.
What sucks for In Control is that even if they win around here, they're still going to have to face off against Chicken Coop with full util probably until the end of the first half, or maybe not until the end of the first half, but you know, it depends on how big of a win streak they can get going. Because right now, In Control is trying to ice out Chicken Coop with all of these tactical pauses, as well, of course, as talking between themselves. But for what it's worth, they could play for the save here, secure an AWP for the next round, and give Milo another chance to fight. Because Milo did secure a kill, but unfortunately for him, he only has 2 kills so far. And I would like you guys to look at Dylan's kill count as well. 2 kills for him, 3 kills for Tyra and Jace Feltner, 5 for Beast. Even Beast, the one who was consistently killing, is not finding the marks here. It's Little Beer and Frizzy, the two who have managed to get to the double digits, and overall, Chicken Coop is just a lot more solid in the kill count. Bagel is the one with the least kills, and he is tied up with Beast.
Oh, and another round that is already not exactly going in their favor. Not that it was ever supposed to be that, but... oh, brother. It still hurts a little bit. You know, whoever In Control may just be waiting. They may be crossing their fingers and just praying for their CT rounds to get here fast enough. And, I mean, at this pace, they will be there, but... the further down... further deeper they keep digging themselves up, then, well, the tougher the comeback is going to be. And I've seen some impressive stuff, but 9 rounds of cushion, it definitely feels like that's a couple of layers of, you know, comfy place to sit on here if you're Chicken Coop. They get 1 more, and I think they pretty much guarantee it, as they would only have to win 3 under tier rounds, and this is, well... like I said, I was not expecting this, given the fact that In Control were looking to go back and forth for their earlier efforts, you know, over there on Ancient. Nuke, of course, I think that they got caught up in a storm at the beginning. Chicken Coop, let's not forget, they're not even playing at full power right now, so it's all the more impressive that they're able to hold a lead such as these. Taggy, though, he will never be slowed down, and you mentioned Little Beer's name earlier, and it was for a very good reason. First time in a hot second that we've seen that clock ticking against the CTs. Pressure is going to be coming in from the ramp area. In Control better be ready for this push. You need to be boosting those numbers up real quick, because if not, then this is going to be all the toughest. That's going to be a call out for sure. Bagel going to be the first Brave Soul right in. Not going to be the only one. Oh, Bagel. That is so successful for him. Even the jumping shot. No way. Bagel cleans them up all on his own. He doesn't even need anybody else. He says, my goodness, the one-man cleanup crew in the form of Bagel.
Roy, that's 10-0. Oh my goodness.
Yo.
That's 10 rounds played, 10 rounds won by Chicken Coop. And honestly, this one is like played by Bagel and won by Bagel. Look at that. Look at the way he cleared up. Jumping kill, and then he checks the door. Of course, already having the intel of where they were. I like how he checked for ops first. And then he was like, okay, this molly did not quite land where I wanted it to, but it could have forced somebody to move back. So he does check his angles, and he finds someone, gets the jumping kill. The rest is history as he finds the kill on the door player. Now, Frizzy is the first one to die here, so it's a lead for In Control. Will this finally be the one where we see them put themselves on the board? Who knows? They have not always been in a deficit at the very beginning, but it's all about how they ended. And there you go, that's actually 2 kills in their favor. So finally, the util seems to be doing wonders for them as they clear up a couple of spots. And now they're forcing Chicken Coop to play double duty on the defense of every angle. And Little Beer here was forced to look out into Garage. Unfortunately, he also bites the dust. Man, well, this one is finally what we were expecting from In Control at the very beginning, if you ask me. Bagel is able to take care of one player, that's Milo, but I don't think there will be much beyond that. He does walk through the smoke, and he has already located one player, that's Dylan, but he will not be able to clean up like he did in the last round, at the tail end of the last round. Round 11 is finally when In Control is going to put themselves on the board, but I think this might be too little too late, Roy. We're about to end the first half, and with this kind of a lead, Chicken Coop has the table set for themselves to win this whole map.
I mean, at this point, I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but is it really a possibility for In Control anymore? I mean, I guess it is, technically, of course, but it feels like the map is too far gone at this point. Chicken Coop are trying to speed run their comeback, and they're doing one hell of a job, a good job, I should say, at it. And they're continuing and doing so. I mean, even getting aggressive in their tail end of this first half, and I cannot believe this is only the first half, bro. Like, it's been 10 rounds in their favor already. This is not at all what I'm used to seeing here, and it sort of feels like at some points In Control are just walking into these frags, like they're just giving themselves up to the enemy, or it's sort of feels like that at some instances. Of course, it's much more nuanced than that, but I mean, they've had a very tough time just even catching a break, and this doesn't look like a round in which they will. It looks things keep going like they have so far, like we are gonna have yet again a 10-round difference between both of these teams. But hey, let's see if that indeed comes to pass, or if In Control somehow managed to do this with pretty much only one man, because Marro is gonna get this frag. Absolutely, he will. And Tyra, well, he's seen better days, but at the very least, he could get the plant going.
And that he will do. No bonus, of course, this is the last round of the first half, but he might still be able to find a kill or two, especially because he got the read on Marro approaching, but hey, Tyra is still gonna bite the dust. Chicken Coop only let one round go to their opponents in this entire first half. And looking at the win conditions for these rounds, 3 of them were defuses, meaning that In Control was only able to plant the bomb 3 times. And plus the massacre they did get, so 4 times total. But yeah, that's a very, very low rate of success in even claiming the sites, let alone getting the lead on the clear count and everything. It was a very, very hard-fought battle, but Chicken Coop is only 2 rounds away from victory now, so almost a speed run. We will see if they are able to close things out. If they win pistol here, I think that's pretty much curtains. It should be a very easy win in the next one.
Oh, yeah.
But In Control, I would like everybody to keep an eye out on those 2 dual Beretta users, because they could be the big difference makers. And there you have it, Beast already setting himself up on the tower of huts, or on the roof of huts, trying to find the first kills. And does he find any? He does find one. Make that a second, as it's a lead for In Control. Oh, that's a third. Beast finally waking up.
Kind of costing his teammate his life too, but Cavalry is still there. JSL are gonna make it out to get the cleanup, and disaster has been completely avoided. In Control, if they make that happen, I will eat my shoe. Like,
Yeah, I think he's there.
Ya dije, ya dije. This is... I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. It is going to be a tough, hard to fight battle. And yeah, if that first round didn't go their way, it was over. I don't know. I don't know how else to call it. But hey, there's some fighting chance already. But brother, it's only their second round they've gotten this map. And we are already 13 rounds in, onto the 14th to be exact. And yeah, they're going to get a couple of freebies here, just nature of how that first round went, but we'll see. How many rounds does it take for them to really start ramping up? And also, for Chicken Coop to start thinking, okay, guys, are we choking this away? Because, I mean, they are in a very comfy spot. Only one round. If it was only 10 for them, perhaps I would see it a bit more plausible, you know? However, I think that Chicken Coop have it in mind that they only have one round to go to secure themselves. OT is going to give them some peace of mind, you know, so knowing that they don't really have to force the issue or anything like that. So anything goes wrong here for In Control, and we have an even map count.
It's a wielding one day. Sí, que le cae un güey tocando reggaetón acá afuera.
Alright, so... Seems like musical interruptions aside.
Oh, he's gone.
Alright, so... Like I was saying, though, now Chicken Coop gonna be trying for a bit more of a joint play. You know, trying to stake it out together. The outside. Let's see if at the very least Tyra can find some info. Beast gonna be the first one to be firing his gun in a successful manner. And he does find Taggy right there. The rest of Chicken Coop forced to rendezvous to the other side of the map. Dealing no longer in position. Neither is Tyra. They both left their scouting action towards the outside, which is going to give Chicken Coop just a slight bit of an opportunity right here. Little Beer also playing the patient game. Breezy about to walk straight into an encounter. Kind of scary one, but nonetheless, it looks like, at the very least for this map, Chicken Coop do not know how to miss.
Yep, they finally got their mojo back and their groove going, and now they're waiting for Beast to emerge. You know, given the angle selection, I don't think they're gonna lose the battle that easily, but Beast did find the kill against Little Beer. Still was going to be a hard battle to fight against 3 players, but, you know, for what it's worth, 2 of them were super late already, so there was definitely a chance for Bagel to make it big. Sorry, for Bagel to make it big. For Beast to make it big. So now, Chicken Coop is just 1 round away from victory. It's all it takes. They are fighting against a mostly fully loaded In Control, with the exception of Dylan, who is playing the MP9, but for what it's worth, I don't think that will be the weapon to really keep an eye out on. It's going to be Beast's weapon every single time. He is the one who is putting his team on his back to try and find the victories when they're needed most. And here you go, they're checking everything with Util. Unfortunately, Yeast Feltner is the first one to emerge and the first one to die as well. The 3rd biggest killer on the side of In Control is now gone. And once again, I think that Beast is gonna be the one to pick up the slack here. Oh, they already saw him. No way! No way! Dylan lost that. He saw Little Beer for so darn long, and he still lost exchange? Man, I don't think that In Control is really coming back from this one.
It is looking tough, for sure. I mean, what can you make at this point even to really try and change the course of fate? It doesn't look like there is much in the cards left here for the squad that got the first victory. Indeed, okay, Milo trying to make a good effort out of it. Fighting the good fight, but man, bomb planted here. Hey, Milo, again, never mind. Can you still make it happen? But walking straight into the loving arms of Bagel, and Bagel definitely put up a show for us during this map. We're almost back on pace for the match, by the way. We did start a little bit later than we were expected to. And, yeah, Chicken Coop showing their dominance here and in control, unable to find an answer. It kind of feels like they were mentally checked out, you know? I mean, it's like after like the 8th round or so, I don't want to say they gave up because we were still seeing some, but things were just not meshing well together for them whatsoever, and even in their own pick, which of course is exactly what we were expecting. But hey, we are going into a decider map, and this now has, well, it means that finally Chicken Coop do break their streak of going down in 0-2 fashion, but now it's about actually taking that final step and closing things out.
Yep, they did break one curse, but will they break through and actually win the match? That is to be seen. But everybody, we will find out real soon. We're headed to Anubis after a very short break, so everybody stick around. We will be right back after these messages.
And here we are once again. Now straight into the action, of course, as we are going to have Chicken Coop trying to bring this one all the way back after that big answer that they found on Nuke. In control, I don't think that they saw that coming precisely, but for the likes of it, at the very least, In Control will now get to close on T, which we know this is one of the very few maps in which that is actually a good thing.
Indeed, you do have a slight advantage, but it does seem like no matter what the advantage is, you take a bullet to the head, you're still going down. So that's the first player killed in the map. It's Frizzy, and it's a lead for In Control, at least for now. How much longer will they hold on to it, though? That is the big problem here. Whenever In Control was able to put themselves on the lead, they just generally were not able to hold on to it for very long, and if they did hold on and get a round victory, they just didn't get that many after. I mean, they could not get any winning streaks going on Nuke, their own map selection. Besides the two they did win when they switched sides. Now here, though, you do have a couple of dinks happening, and Dylan has to switch sides. A lot of bullets flew by, however. It's amazing how so few of them actually landed on any targets. But it's the very beginning of it still, and the intel has been relayed. In Control does know that the approach from Chicken Coop was to go through mid. And now here we go, going through mid doors. Little Beard taking a little stroll in the park, trying to find anybody there in the guard side, and Taggy finally takes care of GS Feltner, so this might be where things start to get a little bit more bloody, but Tyra is the one who's going to develop the blood. Only one player still standing for Chicken Coop, whereas In Control has the two of their players going in, and there you go, they find Vale really easily. That's the first defusal and the first victory for In Control.
Excellently done out here. Excellently done. That is, I mean, a much needed bit of reassurance if you are In Control. That much is for certain. I mean, the last time around, it did take them quite a while to get even two on the move. Now they're Anubis off to a much better start, and you definitely want to scoop out as many CT rounds as you can. So, I think, well, things already boding better. I do remember for a second there on the middle portion of the map, Dylan was fighting an absolute war versus three members of Chicken Coop. And he somehow manages to survive, and, well, I guess the devil's in the details, because that ends up paying off at the very end. It's only for starters, but hey, it's a good start.
There is a bit of back and forth here, as the util forces a couple of players here to rethink their approach, but Chicken Coop has once again taken care of mid, and now they're approaching through mid doors. Milo here, oof. Man, the read was there, but he kind of reacted a little too soon to what it was actually util instead of a player. And now the true bullets are flying by, and it's a lead for Chicken Coop, at least at the very beginning, as they go in and plant the bomb. Now they need to take care of the M4s, and there you go, GS Feltner with his same spray. Those 24 bullets actually serve him quite well, as he takes care of two players before going down, so it's an even game now. Oh, but now more so in the lead for In Control. In 2 seconds, 3 players from Chicken Coop go down, and In Control wins their second in a row. Both of them, however, with the defusal, so Chicken Coop at least is successful in getting into the sites and planting.
Back to back, as expected. Nothing too fancy around here. Chicken Coop's force now. I'll get a chance to perhaps go a bit heavier, but it doesn't look like they will take it. I mean, they don't want to risk this turning into a bit of a situation in which they get resetted back pistols once again, so they'd rather take their chances here with pretty much 3 rounds that are not as fruitful in the money, either in the guns. Early smoke coming in from In Control to make sure that nobody makes it for free through the mid portion. However, Milo, I think he's still going to have a fun time swatting away a couple of keys, and I say a couple as he only takes down 1. The other 2 do make it a bit further down the line, that perhaps, you know, In Control are not going to be too happy about that situation, but still they have a great coverage towards A.
Getting confirmation of the loadout, however, of the planting that they are trying to go for, and there you have it, the bomb has been located. Not only that, but they only need to worry about one more player. No matter the initial damage that In Control took, they know now that all the risk is here, lying within B side and playing the merry-go-round around the pillar, or around the obelisk rather, and there you go, it's a deagle kill for Taggy. He does find one. Will he find a second? It's still within the realm of possibility. There you go, another headshot! It's not all hope lost just yet. The M4 picked up by Taggy. Will he turn around in time? He does not! Does not expect Dylan to come through from the outside. And this is a reversal of what we saw last map, Roy. This time, In Control finally starting out with a winning streak. They always started out losing, but this is looking like their map, actually, even though it's a decider.
Oh, yeah, it is. I mean, perhaps not in the situation in which they might have liked to get here, but nonetheless, a W is a W, and they're trying to turn this into exactly that. Early advancement from the CTs. Again through mid. Smilo is perfectly positioned. Once again, cover for the advances that Chicken Coop have constantly been trying to make. We've even seen players favor weapons such as the AUG post themselves in near the gates and be able to try and swat away the enemy. Here, though, a different story, as Chicken Coop already lost Marro, but they're still gonna try to make their move towards Connect.
You know, water has not been the death mill that it usually is because In Control has not really taken that big of an effort into killing through Connector. It's usually the bridge, the middle section of the map, that is a bit of a death mill. But here you go, the first exchange, the first true exchange that happened in Connector leads to 4 deaths, 2 from each side, plus 1 more on Chicken Coop earlier. And that upper is looking quite late as well. The upper versus upper battle won by In Control's very own. And Tyra takes care of Bagel at the end of it, so that's a 4-round winning streak for In Control. Again, Roy, it's a pretty interesting reversal of things, of situations that we're seeing. Quite honestly, I did not expect Chicken Coop to drop the ball this hard at the very beginning. They were doing so well on Nuke that I thought they were going to carry over that momentum into this side, especially because they're playing T. This is the better side of Anubis.
It's supposed to be. It is definitely supposed to be that, but so far, I mean, Lady Luck has not been smiling upon them. Not like it did over on Nuke. They were not only breaking ankles, but also catching the enemy off guard constantly. Now, 4 rounds they've given away. And even if In Control don't win a single round more throughout the rest of this CT effort of theirs, I think they are kind of reaching a point in which they can feel, at the very least, contempt with what they've got. But hey, this is competition. I don't think that they are going to be feeling settled quite yet.
Things could definitely still take a turn. But in the meantime, it's looking like just more par for the course. Flash thrown out into water. Not going to yield to any exchanges. They are trying to force Chicken Coop to go into Connector, and they do just that. Oh man, it's just a molly to save Tyra because he was about to take a ton of damage there. And of course, there is a double duty effort to protect the entrance from the outside and Connector, and Taggy, hoo-hoo, walks right into Jace Feltner's line of fire, but Frizzy is going to be the one to step up to the plate and take Chicken Coop to the possible victory, and finally putting themselves on the board. 4v2 actually, as In Control was not able to take care of anybody but Taggy, who walked right into Jace Feltner's line of sight. Also, Beast has not found more than 1 kill so far. He is usually the one who carries the most kills for his team, but he has yet to wake up, and this would be pristine time to do so. But I think given the time remaining, we probably won't see much of a battle. He definitely want Milo to keep his AWP, but at least he finds Little Beer, a little bit more damage done. But the bomb will explode, and In Control is going to lose their first round of this map. And here comes Beast, trying to take care of people, but no! He swung a little too wide, and he is taken care of.
man, their beast trying to put the moneymaker to great use, but not able to do so. When in control, we're always set up to, at the very least, catch one frag. And to their credit, Chicken Coop do decide to stick it out together to be able to overwhelm any threats that they might have encountered in their path. And so they do with Beast, but I mean, as far as rounds go, not as disastrous as it might have looked. It is not going to be a 10-round difference this time around. It's only 3. Before Chicken Coop wake up a little bit earlier than their enemies did last time around. You gotta get flashed up. Oh, brother, that is not what you like to see. Oh, man. What even went on right there? Oh, bro, that is just tragic.
Your heartbreak, that's what happened.
Oh, man.
And unfortunately, if you're Chicken Coop, you don't even have a line of sight against the upper that you just lost the battle against. Only Bagel remaining on the outside. He has 3 kills, and man, caught through the smoke? Really? Dylan catches him behind that box. And this will be another victory for In Control.
I was gonna say, can we get a replay of, yeah,
please.
I mean, that was just...
Please.
You gone down your own... You played 6 before right there, come on. No way, Breezy. Perhaps he said something that he didn't quite take a liking to, you know? I mean...
Espera, Peter,
heat of the moment. Well, I guess it happens. Doesn't happen many times in that fashion, that egregiously, might I add. But I guess sometimes, you know, occupational hazards, and that is gonna completely give that one away to In Control, who I guess we're kind of surprised to see that one pop up, and we're like, okay, we'll take it.
At least it was funny. But yeah, it seems like, hey, how about we sacrifice one player for a very funny moment? Like just make it memorable, man.
Or the lulz.
It seems though that we have a bit of a tech pause here, as yeah, it's a 1-minute pause or something. I don't know, but there's not too much info on it. But it seems like it's a technical pause, as someone has to be facing some issues. Maybe from Chicken Coop, they were like, okay, man, what happened here? But yeah, that's just a little pause. Should we say that? We now know the reason why there is a pause here. Should we say that? All right, well, somebody's betting for another match, so doing the vetoes for a different match, that's what's happening. They're asking for that pause so they can go and select their maps for the second one.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're being courteous about it. Some sportsmanship being shown here. I mean, just like in the South American region, by the way, I mean, you do see teams do that pretty often, even burning their own time for their opponents. So, I mean, it happens, but it seems like it'll take them just a slight bit longer. So we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back when these guys are ready to play.
wonder what they vetoed.
I wonder.
Just because that was what caused the pause. But here we go. Going into round number 7. It's no longer a 5-round win streak for In Control. They did take a loss in round 5, but you know what? They're still looking alive and kicking and pretty darn good going forward. They're about to fight off against Galil's, however, and the Galil wins against Taggy. So against Jace Feltner, so Taggy gets the first kill of this round, already a lead for Chicken Coop. Maybe they did ice their opponents out as well, but it seems like both teams are actually vetoing for their own matches upcoming.
Oh yeah, I mean, they were busy, but they played it nice with one another, you know? So, I guess some civility being shown, and after all, this one is going down to the wire. Or at the very least, till the last of consequences here. Chicken Coop, in the meantime, gonna be approaching through mid once again. They are gonna be received by a couple of incendiary nades here. He's swinging, but he wants to miss it first. Second time around does the trick right there. In the distance, though, Milo still in sight. We're trying to play for it. The sole defender of this part, he misses the shot, and that, I think it's it for his attempt at the very least preventing a move from the CTs. Sorry, this, it looks like it's absolutely a wrap. Whether or not they will be trying to chase him down, well, that remains a different question. Because, of course, they know that they are fighting at a distance versus that up. But even just managing to save that should be good enough here for In Control, who are, after all, they're going to be ahead by quite a bit.
A good lead indeed. Not a huge one, but it could be the setting for a possible big victory. Now, given the history between these two, I would almost expect someone to demolish the other, but who knows? We did see a 16-14 in the very first map, so anything can happen here. Things can still turn around for Chicken Coop, especially considering that they're still playing T-side. I'd like to remind everybody of that. This is the, on paper, better side of the map to play. So, Chicken Coop can for sure find some solid kills here and win big because they can split In Control. That's a big part of the power of the T side here in Anubis. How much room they have to move and how long it takes for CTs to get from one side to the other. So Chicken Coop, their approach, however, is still going to be on mid. And they have already played mid quite a few times, so Milo adapts to it preemptively, finds the first kill, and now he is getting himself up for a possible second one. But in the meantime, on the outside of B, we've got Taggy going in for the scout. And 3 players actually lining themselves up on the outside. If Taggy can find a kill here, that could be the beginning of an ambush from In Control. Sorry, from Chicken Coop.
Ain't nobody positioned in the other pillar, as you might have noticed. I don't know why. You know? Plus, the same mistakes were made in the past, but it seems like they're not going to be repeated now. In Control, kind of hiding in connector for the time being. At the very least, Jace Feldner is. Dylan is going to be coming as cavalry support on the other end. Oh, that is a big roach being attempted right there. But oh, the drop going to be successful here. Little Beer definitely heard the call out, and I mean, it's not like the CTs were in a great spot to begin with. However, here come the CT forces once again. And a traded action definitely benefited their side right now, as Chicken Coop only have a Little Beer left to rely on. And he is going to have to become an absolute madman if he wants to make this happen, and he is indeed. You got to pop the molly? No. Oh, my lord. Till the very last second. Had he popped the molly right to the other side, maybe he would have got a chance to get that final frag. But I mean, hindsight, it's something completely different, and so that means In Control guarantee themselves at the very worst an evened out score at the end of this first half. But I don't think that is exactly what's gonna be happening here. I mean, not if they have their way. It's
gotta suck for Chicken Coop because they were very close to that victory, but unfortunately caught in the animation of bringing the weapon out. It's all about timing once again, and you kind of have to commit to something. And that commitment was the wrong one. For the time being. But Chicken Coop still has the creativity to attempt different strats, which is what I like here. They are able to be very flexible with their approach. And now they're headed towards A sites. All of them, actually. I mean, they don't even really throw any util to maybe signal a fake into B. But the problem is that Milo was here before, so he is going to be here once again. Of course, the fire is going to force him out of the waterfall. He does not find the kill at first. Eventually, he takes care of Frizzy before going down. But here she is, Feltner. Man, a lot of traits here. 2v2 now. And unfortunately for In Control, both of them are approaching from the same site, so...
Ooh.
Once more, it's a disadvantage in terms of the site control itself. They already saw somebody here in Waterfall, and they're going to try to force him out of the pillar. And there you go, it's the little beer who's going to bite the dust. Only Taggy remains. He could have a chance to plant the bomb, but instead he plays for the fake, and he finds a kill on Beast. Tyra now, the last player standing, throws his flash and walks back, trying to force Taggy to at least bait the plan, but he wins it! The AK that Tyra picked up is going to win the battle. And he was holding an MP9, man. That was a hard battle to fight, but very smart of him to walk back, pick up the weapon that Beast just dropped, and then find the kill.
That's the power of utility, man, and also being able to play with the pressure of the time onto your opponent. So, beautifully done there. Perhaps looks like a simple play, but still, it's going to guarantee a lead no matter what here for In Control. As if it wasn't a dire enough situation already for Chicken Coop, who are also playing on the quote-unquote good side and are getting very little for their efforts.
It sucks for Chicken Coop as they have attempted very different avenues of movements. They have kind of given up on middle now, though. So that is the one part that I'm like, okay, maybe if they tried again, they could find some success, because Milo is pretty much set on holding a very wide angle, and he is the first one to bite the dust here, but still, you've got Tyra and Gaze Feltner going out and rushing them, run and gun. That's going to be a very fast round in the favor of In Control, of course, knowing that the position that they were in and how much leeway they could have if they wanted to run and gun works wonders for them, and they now have a 6-round lead. Like I always say, this is still kind of the limit, kind of the threshold of where you can still find a comeback, but anything beyond that becomes increasingly harder. So Chicken Coop needs to find something to get some numbers in pronto, and this is quite possibly the final round they will play with all AKs. So it's do or die, baby, because it's about to come to an end. This first half, where you played T, the quote-unquote better side, is really close to ending.
Yeah, their hopes are for success. I mean, we have seen him play excellent on CT side, so maybe there is some hope for that. But right now, Chicken Coop, they are running in like a chicken with no head here, and they continue to get picked off like so. Like it's easy peasy. Oh my goodness, not even a single one of them falling for In Control. Total domination at the time, and they are looking to dish out exactly as much punishment as their opponents did to them during their previous encounter on Nuke. They were left to the wayside, to be honest. It was not close, but talking about not close, well, you better look right ahead at our current scoreboard, because it is not looking pretty here for Chicken Coop. And like you said, there were never going to be full AKs if they ended up dropping that last round, which is, of course, exactly the case right here. But it looks like they are trying to compensate for that with some early aggression, and so they immediately rush onto B, and they are getting ready to put this one into motion.
Is Felner trying to spray them all down through the smoke, does not yield any good results. But you do have Beast looking at Marro from all the way back in water. And that is going to be an even game. The side control still belongs to Chicken Coop, even after all this, getting a couple of traits here and there too. I think they saw somebody walking back. Oh man, Little Beer setting himself up to defend on his own corner. Beast against Little Beer. Little Beer reloading. Beast needs to aim for that head. he gets it! My goodness, what a clutch end to the round, and it's a defusal with a defuse kit. The guys over at In Control definitely doing honor to their own name, and they're only 3 rounds away from victory as we switch sides, and In Control will now be on the quote-unquote better side of the map. I think this is almost curtains, and this would also put us back on schedule for the next match if they were to end it real quick. But we are going to have to wait and see. Chicken Coop can still wake up from this nightmare and get some comebacks going.
Oh, brother, this is... Well, I mean, I guess they want to make it to their next match, which is, of course, gonna be elsewhere, but hey, let it be a bit of a warm-up for both of these teams. I think you already know how it goes. In Control are successful right off the rip, and this could be curtains here. We could be calling it a day. And after all that effort that went to win Nuke, I mean, it's got to sting a little bit, but, well, it is what it is. After all, neither of this team is going to be eliminated. Both of them boost... they both have a record right now of 1-1, so not the end of the day. Looks like In Control are just absolutely taking over at this point. It's like target practice for them. So I betcha that at the very least they're going to be very prepared for their upcoming match. And well, much of the same can be said also for Chicken Coop, but really, can they, you know, at the very least get their heads back in the game? Because right now it is looking kinda Jover, not gonna lie.
Pretty close to that, indeed. If you lose Pistol, that is pretty much curtains for the round right after. Of course, In Control still needs 2 more, but I think this is almost it. Not only that, they were able to plant the bomb too, so you've got that sweet little bonus that will let you play with rapid fire no matter what. Oh, and we do have another tech pause. I mean, I don't know, if there are some issues with the next match and everything, might as well play these 2 rounds out, see what happens. You can still do some good. But yeah, in the meantime, a tech pause looking like. Hopefully it gets resolved fast. We do want to see this match end with a solid score no matter what. And Chicken Coop, I mean, they're only getting started on CT. Even though we say it's Doomsday, they could still make a big comeback. Who knows? It requires a perfect CT side, but it's never outside the realm of possibility. I have seen it happen.
Well, for whom the bell tolls, so we are about to find out. I don't think this is much of a surprise right here, but I mean, it is pretty much a call that was not as close as Chicken Coop might have liked. In Control, actually sticking true to what has been going on in every single one of their matches, in which, you know, they end up dropping one and then they make it happen, or perhaps you know, in one instance also it didn't quite go their way, but I just don't see how this exactly goes like so. They're taking a quick second here, but we should be back on track soon enough.
No intel on the communications side so far, but we do hope to see the timer start ticking again real soon. Again, we're so close to the end of it. And remember, we still have 1 more match to go after this. We've got Mythic versus Regain, which is supposed to be starting in 12 minutes, so we will see if that comes through. In the meantime, though, we can just talk about what we saw here so far. And there we go, the timer's ticking again. So just 15 seconds to go. In Control won the first map 16-14. Then Chicken Coop won the next one 13-3. And now it seems like we might see a repeat of the last score, or an even bigger differential in the score, if In Control take these next 2 rounds. Depends entirely on how they want to approach this next round here. Does seem to be a bit of a slower start, however, as Little Beer there stalling a little bit before going into A side, even going back a little. maybe about to throw some mutual. I don't see it though. Yeah, it's a reset. Yeah, I was like, hey, that's a very weird movement. What's going on?
Yeah, it was looking like it. It was looking like it for sure. Hopefully both of these teams are getting ready. I guess at this point, I mean, you cannot keep your eyes off the prize, right? They're gonna. It's gonna be a long day of competition for both of them. They still have ways to go, even after this. So for them, I guess, you know, Godspeed, both of them. First, you have to finish this match, and of course, In Control about to make it happen in what's been back-to-back really one-sided map so far.
The rapid fire is on the hands of In Control. And we do see the same distribution that was about to happen on the beginning of the last round. So Little Beer is the sole defender off A site. If he goes down, that means that In Control will definitely be in control. And it seems like he has already made the call for the backup to come in. Gonna take a little bit for that to happen though. He does come in and he finds a kill on J.S. Feltner before going down. But Milo takes care of him right after. And Tyra, I like this position here from him. He could still stay behind a little bit longer, but he is found out, discovered and everything. He does tag a few players, and now it's all about the spray with the AK, and that's 3 players down as Milo takes care of them. He has actually found all 4 kills so far. Could he get the ace? I think he is the one going out to try and find a bagel. Would be great to see that happen. An ace would be the ice on the cake. Oh, not quite gonna happen. Dylan is the one to find bagel.
Yeah, they're not playing around anymore. This is all business, they say. And whether or not you get the ace, well, we're not gonna play around with that. I do believe the dude was, for example, for Chicken Coop, there was a potential ace situation on an Ancient, and they did give Bagel a chance to, at the very least, fight for it. And it was similar to this, like a one before or something. So perhaps they were having a bit more fun right there. But now, I guess they got places to be. But also, I mean, in this is it. Things are not boding too well already. And just a couple of frags come through. However, still standing strong are in control with 2 players left.
And it seems like those 2 remaining players from Chicken Coop could bring a positive score for them. 4-1s after a while, but there you have it. They eventually do find Milo, and Chicken Coop are still alive and kicking. A little too late, perhaps, but they do find a way to set up another point on the board for themselves. And again, this could be a repeat of the last map if In Control were to win it on this round here. But for the time being, it seems like the loadout might not let them quite do that. They would need to wait one more before they're able to play with all rifles. Though you do see 2 AK-47s going in, a Tech 9, a Mac-10, and a Deagle, which is not that bad of a loadout, given the semi-buy that they had to go for. I mean, Frizzy has a FAMAS, so if you want to talk about that, but if you want to talk about being deadly, take a look at Beast, taking care of both Frizzy and Marro, and now Dylan takes care of Taggy as well. This should be an open path to plant the bomb, and Chicken Coop only has 2 players to defend against the 5 remaining for In Control. Oh, make that 1, only Bagel remaining.
Oh, man. Their backs against the wall, and they still step up to the plate. In Control will close it out like it's nobody's business. Just absolutely swift tearing through their last map here versus Chicken Coop. And Chicken Coop did put up a valiant effort, but I could have definitely seen this be a 2-0 in the other direction if In Control had got that first W, but excellently done right here. Chicken Coop, unfortunately, you know, after ramping up so much on Nuke, we're not able to keep up that same pace for the decider map, so Anubis definitely got a bit out of hand. So it is back-to-back smackings. It's like they were taking turns to slap each other, you know, but in the end, well, huge props to In Control for making it happen regardless. You know, it's a bit tough sometimes taking a loss for a second map when you are feeling confident in it's your pick and all of that. But, well, it happens. But nonetheless, like I said, the important stuff is that they managed to bounce back.
And whether you choose a map or not, you need to be ready to play whatever is thrown at you. So good effort from In Control. They do take this victory. Chicken Coop is still alive in the tournament. They're just going to have a bit of a warning now because they're getting real close to elimination, so you better win what you have to play next. But Roy, that was only the first match of the evening. We still have one more between Mythic and Regain. So, how about we go to a very, very small break? I say very small because actually the fast pace of these two maps put us back on schedule. So, we take a very small break and we will be right back with the final match of the evening real soon.
and now we go into our last match of the day, and it is looking to be a banger for sure, especially given the maps that are going to be in the rotation. But we'll talk a bit more about that later on, as we are, of course, heading towards Mythic and Regain. These guys are ready to duke it out as well, both boasting even scores, much like what we saw on the previous team. So let's see what they can bring to the table.
It is going to be a very interesting matchup, Roy. We're back on schedule, by the way, which is nice. But yeah, Mythic, a team that has been playing for quite some time, and Regain here trying to make a name for themselves. Mythic got the victory earlier against Unjustified Impact, and we've got the roster right here. It's Flum, Austin, Heiza, Cooper, and Truck Lover, and like our own production buddy, Skinny has told us, Truck, man, this guy popping off quite as of late. Picked up the game not too long ago, and he has been really developing some interesting tricks for himself. But yeah, these guys have already found a victory. They did also take a loss very early on against Alter Iron Club, who are currently sitting in the first place. So, you know, maybe not that big of a loss, all things considered, but this is where they can put themselves on the upper echelon once again.
Oh yeah, and well, let's see about their opponents as well, as we have seen the first roster. Let's go ahead and take a look at Regain. To Sasha, Sukar, Fusenko, Halen, and Dirk. These guys, well, we'll see. They are boasting, like we mentioned previously, much of the same record that their opponents have, as they did get a loss against Get an Info, and they did manage to beat Kraken in a close 2-1 map or record. So they're definitely looking to improve their overall with that. And well, they better be getting ready for that. They do have a couple of add-ons that have been in their roster for a little less than the rest, namely Fusenko and Sasha, of course. However, I do think that well, while they may still be getting adjusted, there's definitely a lot of potential in this roster.
Now, let's talk about potential with the map vetos, shall we? Because this is going to be a very interesting match. I told you before, there is one map that has been in the lineup now that has not been played all throughout this series of the CCT North American Season 2. But we started with the vetoes, of course. Ancient is banned, Inferno is banned, so we're not going to start out with Ancient like we did last time. But here comes the interesting part. Say hello to Train, everybody! It's time for Thomas the Tank Engine to come in and show himself off in the tournament, selected by Regain. So this is going to be a very interesting one, and it's the first map as well, so, you know, going about as polarizing as you can get, going in all out on your map selection. Train is a very polarizing map, but especially so if you're playing CT. This is probably the most CT-sided map, so they better make it work when they're on that side. And then later on, Mirage selected by Mythic.
Oh yeah, and afterwards, of course, no more Nuke for this one. Dust also going to be part of the vetoes, so it is yet another Anubis decider for us. So Mirage, the kind of the standout in this regard as far as how the layouts go. But like you said, it was a bit of a promise that we're definitely are going to have our eyes set up for what is going to happen on terrain, because that can lend itself for plenty interesting situations as a spectator, of course, playing it. Perhaps a bit of a different story for some, you know, a bit of polarizing in that regard, but nonetheless, I'm sure we're going to be in for quite a treat.
For sure. The fact that this is going to be the debut of Train in this series, I think already speaks wonders about what we're about to see. And it is going to be a very different kind of dynamic too. Like I said, if Anubis has T-sided elements, Train has super CT-sided elements. You will see it when the uppers come out to play. Without the uppers, I would almost give the opponent, the T-sides, a bigger chance, but when the opposite play, it's all about the timing, and generally the timing is going to favor the CT-sided upper to go play around the train area exactly. So, you know, coming from CSGO to CS2, the train area is a bit wider, Pub is very complicated to fight on too. It's very awkward if you're trying to defend against the T sides. So there's a bunch of different strategies. It's not the same train as it was before, you know, this super cramped map in which you could almost not really flank anybody or anything. It's still kind of cramped in my opinion, but it's not the same. It's really a bit of a different flavor. It's Train 2, if you will.
Okay, but well, let's just hope that the train leaves the station soon enough. We are just waiting for the players to make it into the server, and we are gonna call a super small break while we wait for the action to be ready. But we'll be back soon enough, so don't worry, guys. It'll just take us a tiny bit, so we'll be right back.
Oh baby, oh baby, oh baby! The debut of one of the classics. Now, if you've been here long enough, you guys will know that Train was played competitively a few years ago. But it's been, what, about 6 years since then or something? I mean, it's been a while. I believe that throughout the pandemic it was not played either, so yeah, definitely took a while for it to come back, but now here it is. Like I said, a little bit wider in general, so you will definitely see some more, I don't know, wide angles, wide swings and such. It's still kind of cramped though. You will see that there's usually a metal structure between you and your opponent, so, you know, not a ton of room to work with at times.
Immediately, we did see Cooper trying to take charge of things. Much of the same success is going to be fine once again. However, Dirk put an end to that spree. Still, though, finding himself in a rather tough spot. I mean, little place to hide really there by A. So it is going to be a situation in which an escape was really not a possibility for him. It all began by those few frags that Cooper got for his own, so beautifully done at the beginning. Mythic starting off quite right, and you mentioned how the CTs are able to ramp up quite a bit. And yeah, Mythic may not be able to close out, but they will for sure try to make the most of it. And they are already pinching Regain once again. Oh, this was an ugly round. And look at that. Mythic, they are not slowing down whatsoever.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very fast one, regardless of who is actually on the lead, or regardless of who is actually playing a CT side. Because this is a map that has been absent for so long, it is going to be a very, wait, what am I doing kind of thing. You know, like, even if they selected it, Regain, I think, are going to take a while to really get used to it, because they're starting out T-side. I mean, they know that they are banking everything on CT, so no wonder there. But still, it is going to be a very, very complicated step into it. And speaking of which, I mean, they already tried to show a different approach here. As you can see, we've got a bit of a defense from Heiza, covering underpass and making sure that nobody from the underside is coming in. But yeah, it seems like it's going to be it's going to take a while for anybody to really find him so far. And on the other end of things, A side, well, protected by exclusively Austin. We did already see a bit of an approach as they went through Ivy to try and catch him from that side, but it didn't work. So it's a very complicated effort from Regain to find a way into either side, and it seems like they're banking on B, but they're still stuck there on the underpass.
Oh yeah, I mean, nobody making a move. They know just how perilous it can be. You can even tell by when Mythic are packing right now. How confident they are feeling in. Once they see the slightest of approaches, they are ready to take care of business. A bit of a tag right there onto Sasha. Not gonna be their own doing quite yet, though. Still at the ready is Heiza, just holding down that angle forever. Sometimes that's what you gotta do here, and immediately getting ready for the approach from the other end, as per expected. However, the support was there. Their numbers did take a bit of a dip. However, Dirk yet in another tough spot for himself. Gotta try to run away with it. Oh my goodness gracious, trying to fake for it a second time, but this time around, Flom is absolutely not gonna let him run away with that. Perfectly done here by Mythic so far. I mean, it did get a lot more contentious this time around as Regain, well, they were finally able to kinda set themselves up for success a little bit better, but nonetheless, it's always a tough approach. And finally, the M4's in here. And watch out, like you said, for Cooper, as the AWPs do make this, I don't want to say an unbearable situation for Regain, but, you know, the T's are going to have an oh-so-fun time here. Oh, but take a look at that.
Seems like it's going to take a while for Regain to really take a step into either side, especially A side. Like I said, there's usually a metal structure between you and your opponent, so it's all about the fake. I really like how Halen played, Diverk played last round, or Dirk. He was playing a very good, solid game, throwing his nade out, faking the plant and everything. That's kind of how I can see Regain getting a victory here on T side. When they switch sides, however, that is when they're going to have the upper hand, because they know how to deal against those same fakes. But in the meantime, Mythic does seem to have a pretty clear idea of how to protect the area that they're currently covering, and in this case, they're usually approaching from connector. Look at that, most of them staying on connector. We've got one person outrunning the smoke, and this is going to be a consistent issue too. Outrunning smokes set up by your own opponents. That's going to happen a lot. Mythic is going to keep on pushing to try and find those kills. In the meantime, though, 2 players already down from Mythic, as Regain seems to be headed towards a successful A plant. They might start pushing for that. They take care of Austin. 2 players remaining. Make that 1. Only the upper, Cooper, who has not found his site yet.
Oh man, finally something going into the favor of Regain. Easier said than done, but nonetheless, perhaps this is exactly what they picked it. They know that they can still offer something here. Oh, no flick for you, good sir, says Sasha. As it is instead an op that is going to end up going to the other side. So Regain finally on the board here. Excellent stuff from them.
Good on them to find success with the util as well, but there was one thing that could have changed everything, and that's when Heiza outran that first smoke. If he turned to the left, that was going to be doomsday, because he could have already located 3 players, and just shooting into that smoke would have given Mythic a big lead. It was a matter of 1 second and 1 decision, and of course the fact that he didn't get the kill on the player who was hiding behind that box. I think it was Dirk who was hiding behind yellow, heading into hell, but still, it will be on next Tuesday. We need to go into the very next one. Look at that. Too many flashes, man. You cannot outrun the smoke right now. It's too dangerous. Even with Nub in play, you kind of have to take a step back. And Mythic here, yep, there you go. It's the MP9 losing the battle. Ooh. And now the AK's winning it as Heist is taken down.
Oh, yeah. And are you going to be making it through once again? No, Cooper says that he's got this one on lock. The rest are again going to be moving through long for a little bit longer, no pun intended here. Halen does try to fend off the CTs. It's a long rotation, but of course, still, this may be getting shot down by Flom. Push comes to shove. Definitely heard something right here. The bullets are starting hailing. That is a crucial shot on his part. Yeah, he doesn't cover for Dirk, and once again, the upper doing its thing right there. Getting caught in a very tough spot. Cooper, once again, the sole survivor here. And, well, this one better than expected for sure. Regain definitely trying to pay honor to their own name in trying to make it back towards Mythic's best efforts. They did have a quite hot start, but at some point, something's got to give, right? So it looks like, at the very least, Regain being very productive in these early portions of the match.
Early portions is the key element here. The fact that they found a way into B side, I think, is a very good outlook into what's about to happen next. They could not quite take care of Cooper, but even with the AWP at play, like I said, it's all about how you set up your util and when you're given a chance to outrun. Plus, in the 1-to-1 battles, Regain has been playing pretty solidly for the most part. I mean, Sugar and Dirk here are 2 of the most solid players. Of course, Sasha and Fuzenko can still make some damage happen. Halen is the only one who's really trailing behind. But, you know, at least there's some good distribution. Finding kills, or finding spots for Dirk to get kills. And the first 4 rounds might not have been the greatest for Regain, but as time goes on, their synergy grows better and better. And look at this, it's underpass once again on the approach, and Cooper finds Halen. And already a frustrated attempt to go in. Dirk will soon emerge, however, and he will find 1 kill on Cooper, make that 2. The second one on Flom, and also he didn't get those with the AWP, he got those with his Glock, so yeah, even more power to him as he found those with the pistol, but it's still a deficit for Regain as they are 2v3.
Trying to rendezvous here. Glover, of course, all he may need is that deagle, and indeed he's put it to great use. What a lineup right there. Little catching Dirk on the move. Sukar will get to shut him down, however, that is big info for the CT forces, as they do get that AWP back to their own side, and of course they know movement pattern right here, and yeah, you're out in the open like that, you're gonna get yourself punished, good sir. Sukar out of there. And really tough access to the bomb at that point, as the CTs really had an easier time walking down on that portion of the map. So the lead continues, but looking a bit narrower now that Regain have woken up, though. That previous round might say it otherwise.
It is nice to see that Mythic has been able to put themselves on the board again, though. They kind of needed it. Those 2 rounds that they lost, one of them was super circumstantial, the other was through pure dominance from Regain in controlling the sites. So good on them for that. Good on Truckle over here for stepping back as well. You need to know when to back down. And Regain has already lost their biggest killer in Dirk, so a very, very painful loss to take. And now Halen here, on his own, still within underpass, not quite leaving it just yet, but looking for a way to rendezvous with his teammates. He's not even carrying the bomb, he's just trying to get some intel, and there's nobody pushing underpass this time, so Mythic has decided to align their elements over on A site. And one and Olaf, so they will eventually find Heisa. There you go, that's an Olaf player. He is gonna be forced out of there, but Truck Lover, man, it was just a bit of a trade. It's not really looking that good for either team, but Mythic does still have some problems to get into side, which is very weird, man. I mean, so long they held on to the side control, and now they just lose it like that. Flum could find a kill or two. He does find someone, and he hears the bomb being planted, so now Fuzenko is the one in charge of taking care of Flum. In the meantime, Cooper is going to try to rotate back and find a faraway kill. Oh, no, but this fire gonna force Flum back. Careful there, buddy. Yep, getting burned to a crisp.
I mean, Flum kind of trapped at that position, but Cooper gonna look still rise from the ashes. Perhaps not enough time right there. Up in the smoke. Gonna get the clear up. Getting the clear up indeed. Sasha, what a play. I mean, knowing that there really wasn't enough time to attempt any other type of play, and the smoke kind of a dead giveaway, so it is an excellent throw out of them. Now can Regain also continue to catch up. I mean, it's looking good so far, to be honest, for how skewed, quote-unquote, this map can be. Quote-unquote, and depending if you are a spectator or a player, but all that aside, not doing too bad for themselves for their tier rounds. 1 and 2. Alien was never going to have an easy time at making it through. When you have two CTs right in front of you like that. No, still not the worst possible position. We do have Fuzenko patiently waiting to see if anybody decides to overextend. It looks like Rock Lover not going to give him a chance, as he is pretty much holding Ivy from the other side. Ooh. I don't know if that was just incredible confidence out of Truck Lover, but nonetheless, it doesn't quite go his way. Numbers on the favor of Mythic once again, but a long con type of play being attempted here by Regain.
Priority number 1 right now is to probably cut the entrance on a headshot. And of course, be red. I mean, good on Regain for finding their way in after getting the kill on Truck Lover. Truck Lover has also been one of the more dangerous players in terms of the intel that he can get, so he does start out a big movement for his teammates. And there you go, Heisa finding 2 kills on his approach into it. Dirk here with the AWP, he is able to stop the defusal attempt. He is the only one remaining though, and there you go, the Tech 9 is gone out. Austin has to fight it, and he does win that one, but he does not have a defuse kit, and I don't know if he has the time for it. Gonna cut it super close.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, he did it.
Yo, that was a tense situation to be certain. Dirk almost playing that one to perfection. He managed to waste enough. No, that is a bit unfortunate right there, but well, it is what it is sometimes. So, with it, you already know what's been going on. Mythic have secured themselves at the very least half of our first bout of rounds. Let's see if Regain can get something more out of this, or they'll be stopped dead in their tracks.
Dead in the train tracks, you mean?
No pun intended again. It's in my contract. After I'm 30, I just have to make echoes.
Oh, well, I mean, it seemed like Cooper was going to deliver another kill, but unfortunately he misses the second bullet. Now, Flum does have a ton of intel here from the whiffed bullets. He does not find the kill on Sasha, but the intel is in. It has been relayed, and now Heisa has a chance to find a very far away kill. You need to worry about Zucker, though. He knows he is on the high ground. Bomb still held by Zucker himself. So, Sasha approaching from beneath. Yeah, there you go. Easy peasy to find him. So now it's a very slow trail back onto A site. And Truck Lover, just by a second, does not catch Zucker on the move. Zucker takes a ton of damage there. Super lit, 21 HP remaining on him, but he does have two opponents, super lit as well. And you do see Truck Lover going in and out. They know about the presence on B halls. This time though, he takes the upper ground. It's upper B for Zucker. Will he be able to find those 2 kills? I think that he will be able to find at least one. Oh man, no, Austin is going to be the one to frustrate that attempt. And Roy, we were talking about how CT-sided this is. For as CT-sided as it is, it's only now that Mythic have found the secured lead. They could still go into the second half with a 7-5 score if Regain do things right. But even with a 9-3 score, I don't think that's a victory just yet. 9-3 is notoriously a very questionable lead.
I mean, it can be for sure. Especially in maps in which it's a bit easier to bounce back. That can be a bit swingier, such as this. I mean, Regain more than doing their homework right now. Remains to be seen, of course, if that will be enough. Truck Lover, perfectly positioned. With that delivery use. And he's also going to help get some assistance from Cooper. No AWP for this man this time around, but nonetheless, he's still putting in the work with the M4 regardless. Like you mentioned, the 9-3 is still possible, but perhaps just due to the nature of the map, it just feels like a bit more flimsy of a situation. But hey, we are at the end of the city side here for Mythic, so here's where the party really starts. If you are regaining and getting one more, adding a bit more to the tally would be just nice for them.
Ooh,
oh, yo.
Ooh, man. I mean, that's a sweet beginning for Regain. Unfortunately, though, they are about to meet with a very complicated opponent. I mean, Cooper, man. Yo! Cooper is the MVP of the first half. I don't care what y'all say. 19 kills? The uppers today have been showing up big time, but Cooper in particular, with rounds like this, is the reason why Mythic has had such a dominant performance so far. They know that Cooper will most likely be alive and kicking, and of course that he will land those bullets when needed most. Mythic have a 6-round lead on this side switch, but like I told you, Roy, winning 9-3 on the side switch is like winning 2-0 on halftime in soccer. It's a very, very tricky score. You can always lose it. It's a lead, but it's a lead on paper. You can still give it up because of the halftime existing. You switch sides, you rethink your approach, and in this case, you play an entirely different game now as your CT and T side switched around. And Mythic here tries to start out with a bang, almost killing Sasha, but still alive and kicking. Everybody is still in it.
Calm before the storm right here. Ooh, approaching fast here, Flum. Gonna be finding a little bit of blood first. However, Dirk, we've seen just how deadly this man can be. But look at that. Mythic feeling mighty comfortable in those close quarter scraps. I mean, we just saw what Cooper did last time around. Of course, even if he's no longer gonna be a part of this T effort now, still, he's gonna leave it in the hands of his trusted teammates. Oh, that is a big miss there by Halen. A bit unfortunate. However, the lineup is still there. Azúcar will still find a chance to strike. The dualies are proven right here as Truck Lover just mows down his opponents. And make sure that Mythic's path continues. And now things are starting to look a bit more solid. You know, I mean, it's not a guarantee of a second round to be coming your way, but, you know, it's a pretty safe bet to make nonetheless if you are to say that Mythic are looking fine to come out on top in this one, too. So, I mean, it's going to be left to Regain and see how well they can play position. Immediately Molly and the Smoke are gonna fly by, and Flum makes it out. Not unscathed, though. Or he does manage to take, at the very least, one player with him.
A fair trade. And they're, of course, attempting to push it a little bit further. Now, given that Cooper does not have an AWP, I'm not sure how successful they will be on their push, but so far so good, as Cooper is the one to simply carry the bomb. If he's not going to be killing people, he will be of utility.
Wow.
The MP9s are not quite going to cut it, and that will be a swift killing delivered by Mythic against Regain. Only Sasha remaining. He's going to try to keep his MP9 to his name. And unfortunately for Regain, again, it's a very unbalanced team performance so far, as Halen only has 3 kills and 12 deaths. I mean, that's the other thing. They're really not that good at survival. So, consistently playing either at a disadvantage, or when they have an advantage, they don't hold on to it very long. You can see it here. That's a bomb explosion. And, oh no, oh, careful there, Sasha. You just announced where you are. You just announced where you are with that bullet. Oh no. GG.
Oh, the wrong click at the wrong time. That much is for certain. Wow, that was a bit tragic at the very end, but I think, you know, survival chances at that point were looking kind of slim regardless. It just sped things up a bit more, and like you're mentioning, you know, for how big a difference it is, a couple of the players on Mythic have been having perhaps a bit of a slower map than they might have liked, but when you are winning by this much, I mean, you can always feel even more comfortable. And now the thing is that, well, the economy was not there for Regain, so even in spite of them having the good side, it's a bit tougher for them to get anything. Halen finally gonna break the cold streak. A nice upgrade for his own. Oh, do not challenge me like that, says Cooper once again. We've seen just how devious this man can be on the map. Feeling forced back, and also Dirk with no clear path of entrance, as the Molly is definitely going to impede any sort of a playthrough from the connector side. So now prioritizing the CT side here is Austin. He smells something funny going on around this part, so he's gonna catch himself the last 2 frags of the round. And perhaps one of the very last frags that we will get to see, because Mythic is awfully close to victory.
Just one more to go. And with this kind of performance, I don't think it's going to take too long for it to come through. Of course, I don't want to jinx anybody, but hey, I'm just talking about what I'm seeing right now, and Mythic is for sure putting on a dominant performance, looking like the kind of team that I would expect to have a 3-1 record instead of a 3-2. I mean, depending on what matchup they play, of course, but they seem like they're on their way to qualification real soon. So more power to them. Regain, however, this is their own map selection, and it clearly is not going their way. Super heartbreaking to see, as this is the first train selection that we see all series long, all tournament long. And yet, the result is like this. CT side is not doing anything for Regain. They have not put themselves on the board on this second half. And that's where they really should be popping off. Mythic is looking swell on T side.
Yeah, they have not looked back ever since getting that victory on the pistols. It's been an upward trend for them, and it was already a very good situation. Halen, again, trying to step up for the team, but we'll see if those efforts do come to pass. Also got almost get himself in a nice position. However, look at Austin Truglover also doing his own. Gotta get shut down, and Flum meets his end as well. But a very weak Fusenko is gonna make his end, courtesy of Truglover, who already has spotted somebody else. So Cooper is there and ready to put a finish to this. Dirk cannot move forwards without catching way too many bullets for his own liking. So this ends up being a dominant victory here for Mythic, who rack up most of their work throughout their CT efforts, and then they just keep their opponents on a chokehold. So Regain are gonna need very much a comeback on our second map. Mirage, though, is gonna be the pick of Mythic. So I'm expecting great things from them, and if they continue to look as dominant and clean like we have seen them so far, then, well, this could very well turn into a fast-paced match, if nothing else. But at the end of the day, the last word remains on the side of Regain, so we'll see about that.
Hey, at least for what it's worth, it's a more standard map, so maybe the experimentation is over, and maybe we will see a Regain playing a bit more of a standard game, what they're used to. So that's my prediction. I think this is going to be a lot closer, because oddly enough, Roy, this is the third time today that we have seen a 13-3 score, regardless of which side is winning, of course, but 3 times already. Weird that it happened 3 times. I'd have 3 coins. But hey, that is what it is. We're going to have to take a very short break once again, everybody, or maybe a bit of a longer one. Who knows? Because this one went by fast. So perhaps we're going to end a little bit earlier if Mythic keep performing like that. But stick around, everybody. We will be back real soon with the second map of this match. Possible final match of the evening, everybody. Final map, that is. We're headed to Mirage. Now, this first map was a very complicated one. It was Train, the debut of Train in this series of the CCT Season 2 North American region. And as you saw, it was another installment of the 13-3 scoreboard, meaning that Regain's own map selection did not go as planned. But this has been the case today, as In Control's own map selection did not go as planned. Chicken Coop's own map selection did not go as planned. Will Mythic be able to break that curse, or will they also fall to the wayside on Mirage?
I mean, it is a possibility. You know, jumping from one city map to another city map, quote unquote, right? So we'll see. We'll see about that. I mean, definitely they're gonna have to bank on those city rounds later on. But I don't know. Mythic were playing absolutely on fire. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, everybody put it in the work, especially Cooper, of course, as we did see some impressive shots with him just mowing down everybody that he found in his path. You know, is like, you take a shot, you take a shot. Everybody takes a shot from this AWP, and not even from that only. So, I mean, some impressive pace that Mythic were trying to play at, and it was a fairly fast appearance on our first Train. But now heading on to our map number 2, so let's jump into the action to see if this same same pacing continues for Mythic, or if Regain, like you mentioned, and like many teams have been able to do, are going to be bringing the heat and bouncing back on their opponent's own pit.
And this is Mirage, a map that everybody has played for years, a map that everybody knows. So I do expect to see a much more standard type of play, if you will. But of course, it depends on how well connected the team is. So far, so good for Regain, as they are able to take care of 3 players from Mythic. And it doesn't seem like it's going to be an easy way for Mythic to climb back from this. And there you have it, a very fast, swift pistol round that puts Regain on the lead for the first time in this entire series. So yeah, enjoying a bit of a lead and probably a second victory, as it usually goes with pistols. And Mythic was not able to plant the bomb, so their best hope is to play with the Tech 9s at the start. And of course, it's going to be a lot about the timing here too. Granted, it's CT sided, but Mythic will end on CT, so who knows? Maybe that's where they're banking everything.
Yeah, probably so. I mean, that is what makes this map quote-unquote CT-sided, right? The fact that you can ramp up when needed at the tail end of the map. But here, now Mythic attempting for a bit more of a standard approach, going towards a B, towards the apartment side. Gonna be covered already, but on frag, Austin's hands is going to be making things a bit more complicated. Look at Drug Lover go. This man and the Deagle, just a match made in heaven. And still more than enough coverage with the precision that he's been bringing to the table. This, for sure, is a situation in which Regain still have their work cut out for them. Tough retake, and I think they kind of just give it up at this point. They know that well, their chance to really fight back escaped them a few seconds ago, and so now Mythic, they go on the chase, and look at this, Heisa gonna perhaps try to close out, but not gonna be able to do so. Doesn't reach Connector quite on time to be punishing the rest of the CT forces. So even though it is a good and swift start from Regain, Mythic right back at it.
Good on Mythic for not letting Regain take that control for too long, but thankfully for Mythic, or sorry, thankfully for Regain, this is only the beginning of the match, so I am not expecting any trend setting so early on. Regain, though, does have the chance to put up a big effort here, as they do have a couple of M4s, and there Dirk was super close to at least letting a bullet, but instead he gets super lit up, and now he has to play it a lot more safer, but no bodies have hit the floor just yet, and I think the truck lover might have the chance to take care of the very first one in Sasha. This time, though, Halen starts out much better than the last time. I think the last map, Halen got a total of 4 kills tops. Now he's got 2.
Already looking better. And by the end of the map, over there in Train, Halen was definitely starting to ramp up a bit more, but this time around, right from the rip, it may come into play here for the rest of Regain. And look at Halen go. That is exactly what I'm talking about. As Flum gets caught in a rather uncomfortable moment, so that 5-7, if I'm not mistaken, is going to punish him hard. That does give him more than enough time, though, for the rest of Mythic to rendezvous to A side. And one too many players in front of him, but even still managing to deal with at least one. Glover leaving it all to Austin, and also the rest of Regain are going to have to deal with Cooper once again. That was towards Ticket, but final player right here. And it's gonna be a W in a rather strange fashion there for Fusenko, but nonetheless impressive. Even if it was not a round W overall for Regain, at the very least, you know, you chip away at their economy some, and getting those frags always a nice boost for the morale. Not only each and every player, but I think the team as a whole here. If you are Regain, after all, it's still not too far behind that you find yourselves in. However, it is a tough spot, as it is pretty much back to square one for them.
Now, it seems that Mythic is taking a bit of a different approach. They know that they're playing against pistols, so not a ton to lose if you do a 5-stack, given that Regain has not shown where they are. And there you go, Cooper already. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3! And he could even aim for an ace, I think, if you were to find those other 2, but it seems like they're playing a bit more aggressively going into Cyber and Cat. And there you go, Halen goes down, Dirk goes down. Only 1 kill achieved by Regain. Unfortunately for them, the rhythm is not quite there. We were looking at how Train was developing, and yeah, for a map that's so dictated by aim and how good you are at landing those bullets, Regain was definitely missing a lot as a team, with the exception of Dirk, who was putting on a very, very solid performance. But as time goes on, it seems like that issue kind of transcribes between maps as well, as they're having a really tough time playing here, with the exception of course, Halen so far, which is the exception in the turnaround of events. Shoutouts to Cooper, though, still the MVP.
That man only knows how to top frag, it seems like. However, seems like something has awoken here on Regain, as Sasha opens up things quite right for the CTs. Taking a look at the other side, though. Mythic trying to make a case from Palace. Having Cooper towards Connector, also perhaps gonna ease off their work a bit more. Oh, taking a couple more seconds than expected to really take the shot, and gonna get caught with his pants down once again. Bit unfortunate if you are Mythic right now. However, there is still a fighting chance, though it is gonna be kind of tough Especially if you continue to drop players like that. Flum, unfortunately, he was already lit up and submitting his end right there. If nothing else, the bomb has already been planted. But with only Frog Lover remaining and in a position in which he had already made his position known to the enemy, it was a much, much tougher spot, of course. I mean, we've seen Frog Lover also do some crazy stuff, but this time around, it was just not meant to be a regain. I mean, they make the most out of the small windows of opportunity that Mythic give them. And after getting rid of that push on connector, they are able to escalate things to a round victory. So, only one of a difference for both of these teams.
Now, given the situation, yeah, I understand why the first tactical pause has been taken. Mythic did not lose that many rounds at first. They did take a while, yeah, I mean, Regain did take a while for their streaks to get going and everything, so maybe this could be a turn of events, and Mythic is just taking precautions. But also, they're giving Cooper the AWP, so this is where the true bloodshed should begin. I'm assuming he's probably going to set himself up on the entrance of Palace if I were to choose a first lineup, hence where he is looking to towards. But if not, a solid B-side defense or approach could also work out. Of course, claiming window would be fantastic, but look at that. Cooper decides to go beneath, and instead he's headed towards T-Ramp, but already forced to stem back. Here's where Regain actually show their prowess with the utility, and they force Mythic back into their trenches. A lot more util to be thrown out, and Flum is about to meet with his own little flames here in the exit of Palace. So, already a couple of signals as to where people are. They know that Halen was there on top. Oh, but look at that, with the Deagle, Truck Lover is going to take care of him. So already, a lot of bang for your buck with this kind of weapon. Another kill for Truck Lover, and he might have even landed a third, but it's the AWP from Cooper that's going to do it.
It's all about bold action here. Ain't no rapid fire needed when Truck Lover and Cooper are around. I mean, I told you, it's a match made in heaven. Just a simple Deagle and able to clear out, force a Regain to take a step back and maybe try and lick their wounds this time around. Lover decides to take matters into his own hands, though. Still trying to approach towards Sasha, who is quite lit up. Both of them are, to be fair. And the reaction does go to the side of Sasha. Not much left to do if you are Mythic. I mean, the W was already theirs.
That is the fourth one in this map, putting Mythic at a very, very nice position going forward. Not only because of the scoreboard itself, but also because of the money they have amassed and the weapons they already have. Giving Cooper the AWP for an extra round is always going to yield good results. And on the other side, Dirk, I was about to say, he is not able to play with the AWP yet. He's going to play with a scout, and that's usually disappointing. I don't think that Dirk is going to land the same kills that Cooper is with that scout in hand. So yeah, that SSG gotta probably take a bit of a step back. Oh, there you go. That's the showdown, and he loses immediately. Cooper takes care of Dirk, once again covering window, and of course Mythic has the chance to choose where they're gonna approach. Seems to be A sites once again. This time though, taking their sweet time, they're trying to see if there will be any more utility flying around, and they're gonna be the ones to throw some first, protecting connector, and now protecting near ticket as well. The flames fly by and the flashes do too, but nobody bites the dust so far. Oh, until now.
Oh, wow. Just taking a look at a single pixel on that CT's head, and it gets completely blown off. That is the precision being brought right there. The answer is immediate. Isa is not going to let that situation escalate too much. But Sasha's still alive, and even if the smokes are going to make things a bit more hectic, once again, the dynamic duo of Truck Lover and Cooper navigate the situation perfectly. So, their rounds, continue to ramp up for the T-Forces. And there is no clear answer in sight. As Regain, well, their wallets have seen better days, that much is for sure.
And in comes another eco round for Regain. Unfortunately for them, this scoreboard is very likely to go 6-2 in the favor of Mythic real soon, unless they have a 5-stack ready, and it seems like they're positioned to do just that. Unfortunately, though, they start dropping players, and the Mac 10 kills from Flum, that's 2 of them, so he's going to make bank from this round. Only Halen remaining. Will they be able to plant the bomb? Yep, they're gonna rush into it, and there you have it. That's the 6 rounds in the favor of Mythic. Now, what's interesting here, Roy, is that Mythic has, you know, now spent some time not losing. I mean, they've got a couple of win streaks, of 3-round win streaks, usually interrupted by 1 from Regain. But I don't know, even if Regain are able to buy the rifles here, I'm not sure if their positioning is going to give them that victory. The one token here, I think, is Dirk, who is now playing with the AWP, so there probably won't be a showdown on window. And there you go, they're actually throwing all the util out to force somebody else out of window. And there's no exchange so far, but there you go, Dark once won the matchup against Cooper.
Excellent. I mean, covering for ramp, making sure that the AWP are on the other end is a non-factor pretty much now. Mythic are left scrambling for a little bit longer. Seems like only Flom is gonna remain here by Palace. As the bomb is on the move in Truck Lover's hands. Just waiting for the rest of the squad to make it into position. And they all are getting ready to make an attempt here towards A. Of course, Dirk there still can be a massive complication for their cause.
Now, there is a price to pay when you give up control of site like this. You have already gotten the CTs way further than where they should be. And unfortunately for them, their Opera is also quite far away. He is actually so far away that he's kind of hiding on CT spawn. And there's the Flash taking care of the support of the Opera. And now the Opera is also going to eat some lead to the head.
Oh.
Zukar here, though, finds 2 kills, and he is the one keeping things even. Austin picked up the AWP, and he is going to take care of Zukar. And Trucklover not able to win that battle. Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. Play for the time, buddy. Play for the time. Play for the time. No use. Oh, no. I'm not sure about that peak either, but man, Austin was able to live through it, and he is going to carry the AWP with him.
That's what we call cojones right there. Man, los tamaños. Austin looking clean with that shot. Absolute confidence, regardless of the weapon that he's going to be sporting. I'm sure even Cooper, who we are more used to seeing with that up, is going to give it up. The play here seems like it's going to be a B attempt on behalf of Mythic. They immediately send their op to cover for any sort of position towards window or connector. Instead, it's going to be a molly. As the rest of them slow down. Regain, though, they are forced to play close quarters battles around his parts, and the Flash being very effective at making Fusenko miss those shots at the very beginning. It is some trading action, so Sasha still having an opportunity to strike. That is massive for the CTs right here. Austin, though, is gonna know that pressure is gonna be coming in from the cat side. He immediately switches out to an AK. Try and be of better use to the cause here. Now Sasha also got themselves an upgrade, so that is going to be big. Lover holding down the fort. Look at him go. It's like it's an impregnable wall when there's at the very least 2 players here from Mythic, and the positioning is just pristine. Regain, try as you may, they don't find success.
Gotta be quite frustrating if you're Regain. You have invested so much into your gear, You have invested so much time into finding those different positionings and timings and everything, and unfortunately it's to no avail. You always end up biting the dust. And look at this, you saw that scramble, right? There was one player on window, one player coming from connector, one already on mid. The first one bites the dust, the second one whiffs, the third one goes back into connector. They just can't really commit to one area. Of course, they saw a bunch of players coming, but with proper communication, that should be a collective effort to try and take care of all the players approaching mid into cards. But unfortunately, they just seem scared at this point. And, you know, given the statistics that we see there in the KDs, yeah, no wonder. Look at where Fusenko is hiding there, man. Of course, lining himself up for a possible steal of a kill, but I don't think it's gonna happen. And also, Halen, so long ago, we talked about how Halen was doing better. Ever since then, he's not landed a single kill.
Yeah, that is tough. Breaking 3, and then, well, the numbers have not been on the up and up that much. That much is true. These guys have definitely seen better days. Truck Lover, bit noisy right there, so that's gonna get him punished. But let's see if Cooper gets there in time. And he does get the pistol kill, so should be, you know, a bit of a tip for himself. Not like they need it. I mean, look at those wallets go. But they're gonna be spending big money if push comes to shove, if they really needed it. They could even afford like a double up type of setup. That's not gonna be the case though. Needed smoke. Here comes a challenge. No, it does not. It was Dirk lurking by. Gonna get to narrowly run away. Just throws a molly, sorry, for good measure. Not gonna find quite anyone yet, so not enough out of the start here for Regain. Not like it was gonna be easy, of course. And here comes Dirk. Oh, not gonna miss. Heisa, you're out of the picture. However, we've seen Flom constantly playing that position from Palace, and he's been such an enabler for the rest of the squad. Now, this is pretty much guaranteed at this point. Oh, look at that. Cooper even tried to go for the challenge. He does not shy away. He immediately sees that somebody is raining down on him. He's like, no, I welcome the challenge. However, it doesn't quite go their way, but nonetheless, the cleanup still comes for Mythic as they keep on painting the walls red with the blood of their enemies. I mean, we are utter confidence out of this Mythic squad. This is one of the main examples for sure. I mean, Austin playing pedal to the metal, and it has been showing just how much that bit of extra team coordination has been paying off. I mean, you can tell Mythic know exactly what they're doing here. And well, to say that it's paid off, it's, I think, a bit of an understatement.
In dividends, my man. In dividends. And thankfully for Mythic, it seems like whatever investment they make, it will pay in dividends at some point or another. Oh, man. Now, that's a heartbreaker. Dirk having a couple of chances to get that headshot. Cooper gets all the intel he needs to tell his teammates to line up. And this is not looking good for Regain once again. Even if the player on window, Cooper, dies, or Flook dies, whoever, you still got more than enough players to take care of. Oh, but careful there. Regain have finally found their way into sight. And now Dirk here, yeah, he does find the kill on Flom. It finally seems like Regain are going to put themselves on the board once again, and they do so with a massacre on pistol, meaning we might see another victory here.
All right, this is what I like to see, finally waking up. And like you said, I mean, even just the info from Cooper should have been enough. However, with those challenges come through, and these guys were just not missing. This is exactly what happens when you are out-aiming your opponents, you know? Perhaps a bit more of what went into the planning of the train strategy here for Regain, but now finally getting to show that. It is a very steep climb for them, though, so they cannot let go of this slight bit of momentum that they got for themselves at the start. of our second half.
From downtown, attempted headshots there, but Zukar only takes a little bit of dink, or a little bit of damage to that. I love how Cooper keeps on aiming towards that, though. It's once again a scout, however. I don't think even I can trust even Cooper with that. He does get a kill, but to the chest, or to the hips it was. And yeah, that second bullet will not quite do it. He is super lit now. Sasha sees him, forces him to stand back into B side. In the meantime, though, Heiza can only stand back as he listens to how the bomb is successfully planted. Deagle is gonna whiff it first. He eventually finds his mark, and he already saw somebody else beneath the balcony. The numbers don't lie, Roy. There's still an advantage for Mythic, but given the HP, yeah, it was a very micro lead of that. So there you go. An extra flash, forcing somebody back, and there you have it. Heiza's gone. Only Truck Lover remaining. But his love of trucks will not give him the victory. That's another one for Regain. I keep thinking that these guys are called Reagan, like Ronald Reagan, but no, it's Regain.
Shouts to my history buffs right there. But no, it seems like, well, they are indeed here to fight. Perhaps just a bit of a mentality change here from Regain, as they, you know, sometimes, as I was talking with another fellow co-caster recently, sometimes those AKs just empower you. Like, you feel like you definitely can hit your shots, and knowing that you're carrying a weapon as deadly as that in the context of the game, of course, it just gives you that extra confidence in your shot, and perhaps that is what was needed here for a game to actually, you know, try and bounce back. Incredible lead and all here for Mythic, but they're still gonna have to show what they're made of. And right now, again, say it with me, Truck Lover and that Deagle. And he continues to deliver once again, knows exactly where to expect the challenge from. Finally retreats. But look at this precision from Heiza by the chair, waiting for forever. Sorry, by the cart. Plays right there, but that's exactly what I'm not playing. However, Fusenko right here sets up the 1-1, and a bit easier for him to mow down a Blom, as it was a brave challenge, and you have to trust your aim at that point. But not good enough of a shot, and still, the highlight right here ends up being on the losing team, to say the least. I mean, it would have been quite a spectacle. Fact of the matter remains, though, that Regain are absolutely on the comeback, even if little by little.
It's a step-by-step process. Rome wasn't built in a day. We've got to take our time. Or we can outrun the smoke, too. Look at how close Austin is to the action. But it seems to be yielding dividends, as they do get some interesting intel. But unfortunately, though, it's short-lived. Truck Lover is lining himself up for a possible kill. I think he saw Sasha moving, so he gives the call, and they do find that kill. Vusenko is down here too. Heiza, oh man, he's gonna have to reel it real soon. Cooper is down, and only Heiza and Truck Lover remain, but Truck Lover is gonna bite the dust too, and with only Heiza remaining, the fire should do the trick, and there you have it. It's one more for Regain. All of a sudden, this team has been awakened, and that awakening, yeah, it was a long time in the making, but now they're only 4 rounds away from tying up the score and possibly achieving those double digits. But of course, Mythic is 3 rounds away from winning the map, so yeah, give or take a few rounds, we might see a very interesting end of it.
And putting up a good fight, that much is for sure, and on the side where we least expected it, but nonetheless, here they are. Trying to make a bit of a prediction. Here is Flom. Cooper and Heiza now. Trying to look for anybody that tries to make it through either mid or cat. You're gonna hit the reposition. It seems like, well, you still have somebody right there. The couple of smokes to give the game away. Oh, even through it, managing to shoot straight through. Who do we have here? You already know what it is. However, this time the miss is going to be costly as Sukar and Fusenko are still chipping away at their enemies. There is a solid chance that they get this planted in due time as Austin does take his sweet time in moving forwards. MP9 in hand though. He's going to have a nice angle to work with here. He sees them both. No, he only sees one, but tags him up. At the very least, leaves it all in the hands of Cooper. However, Sukar clutches up. Beautiful, beautiful job right there. He was left for a second, and I cannot avoid thinking that Austin could have had the round right then and there had he been a bit more patient. Of course, you don't want to expose yourself too much, given that there might be a player by the bench, you know, trying to catch you off guard in the exit from the apartments. But I mean, still, even if outcome they wanted did not come to pass, it goes without saying that Regain played that one as well as they could have. At the very least for the very end, playing up their aim by quite a bit, it is what I would have to say. Our prediction shots through the smoke. This is going to be a fast plan, it's looking like. A couple of players from Ticket, and the other two are going to be invading connectors soon enough, so the time is ticking. However, the pressure is still on as the numbers do favor the CTs.
The fire won't expose anyone, but Austin remains so close to it. Perfect precision movement here from him. And now, it seems like it's time for an attempted retake. Unfortunately, though, Austin is the first one to bite the dust, but here comes Cooper, the hero, the offer, the one who lands 2 kills so far. Almost a third, but he does... Oh man, he does have to give one up. The fusel is in, however, and no matter who dies here, you've already won the round, and Mythic set themselves up at only 2 rounds away from victory of this entire map. But man, if it ain't a complicated one, because Regain, on the side switch, won 5 in a row, and those 5 were not easy. Mythic did fight tooth and nail for many of those rounds that they ended up losing, and seems like finally they are putting their efforts to good use as the results are coming in, especially when Cooper has the AWP, I will tell you that much. Those 15 kills don't lie, but oddly enough, he's not the biggest killer in the map. It's Fusenko. It's on the side of Regain. They have also been super deadly. So that's the thing, the scoreboard tells you one thing, but the KDs tell you that this is a much more even map than you might realize. Once more, however, the one that stays behind is Halen. So hopefully, Halen will be able to step up to the plate real soon, because the team needs him.
I mean, what matters is your contribution to the team after all, even if the score doesn't quite reflect that. Right now, it's going to need to be a bit of a bigger contribution from everybody on the Regain's side. Waiting for their opportunity. This is a tough round here for Regain. They know that more than likely they're going to be fighting for OT at this point, which means they have to play perfect Counter-Strike every single round from here on forwards. Shrug Lover again doing his thing. Just lining him up.
That's 4.
And that is 4 already. Yep. Not going to get the 5th one, but you can have him, he says. Only 1 to go. Let's see if this final effort does pay off for Regain. Yes, I mean, they're a little bit too far away for my liking from that 12, and OT is their best bet at this point.
Very much so, and it's a very complicated task at that. But we'll see. The first kill of this round will probably dictate what's going to happen later on. It is going to turn a lot of tides here. I love this lineup, by the way. Look at that. Cooper on his first, as the first approach, makes sure that nobody's approaching. Heisa can then move along, and that's the first kill. Fusenko is down. The biggest killer in the map is taken down, everybody. That means that Mythic is now positioned fantastically to claim this map for themselves. They just need a few more kills, and Dirk already saw somebody peeking. It was Cooper! Unfortunately for Mythic, they lose their best player. Now, Flum did see a couple of players standing by, but he does not land a single headshot. This gives Regain the chance to simply go in for the intel, and it's Halen who has found out that A-side is wide open. Truck Lover's gone. Only 2 players still standing, Austin and Heiza. They have not lost control of jungle. This does give them a chance to rotate, and Austin sees them moving. Austin could land a kill or 2, but there's the smoke to protect them both. He's going to try to outrun it. He is going to try to outrun it. He does not know. He does not know. He does not know about Sasha! Regain is still in it.
Yeah, a bit too close for comfort to really be checking every nook and cranny, and that really means that Regain stay alive. I mean, one too many bold challenges coming in from Mythic, and I can blame him. They've been shooting their guns like laser beams. So it's not your fault that the confidence that they have to play with. And of course, when you reach a certain level, I think that there needs to be huge confidence in your aim and your shot. So again, it just didn't quite go their way. Oh, first miss there. Fusenko adding to the tally. Perhaps no longer the top frag in the lobby, but still holding down the fort for his team. They're looking to join him. No, it's Austin here again. Get a good refrag immediately from Palace, though. That is Halen joining the party. Plum and Truck Lover, unfortunately, a bit later to the party. Plum tries to give a window of opportunity here for Truck Lover to try and break in, but it seems like in the end that is just not large enough. Bit of revenge here, perhaps? Yes, indeed. But that is the best that Mythic can hope for at this time. I mean, little by little, at the very least, they can make a case for double digits at this point. Regain looking, you know, to make this, I don't know if a comeback, if that will be possible. I don't want to lose faith yet, but definitely looking a lot more respectable than their appearance over there by Terrain, which was a pretty one-sided affair, if I am allowed to be kind of blunt here. But I mean, yeah, it's it happens, you know, and you learn from, you take it in the chin, and you learn from it. There's no other way about it. But here they at the very least have a chance to still continue going forward for a little bit longer. Let's see if they can actually do that. Or if Plum, oh my god, no way he hit that. There, gotta meet his creator perhaps sooner than expected during this round, and that is a massive numerical advantage that Mythic are going to be playing with, because, I mean, they are kind of lacking in the firepower, so perhaps this is what they need. But look at this patient play from Halen. That could also make all.
Hey, that's the play I go for in casuals. But yeah, if when it works, man. Sometimes you just gotta go with the most crazy mix-up that they don't expect. That mix-up can come from anywhere! Ooh, Austin is gonna pick up a rifle now. He does have the util to keep on fighting. Austin, with that kill, might have just revived all the hope for his team as Flum gets a no-scope with the scout. Dude, that was a headshot with the scout through the smoke first, and then a no-scope with the scout through the smoke. What's going on with this weapon in this round? And now you've got only 2 players to worry about. Those two of the 2 of them have rifles, of course. One of them just threw a piece of util. They know that one of them's connector. Oh no, but that's a double spray.
No.
Oh no, is he actually gonna do it? He did it, he did it, he steals it. Truck Lover gets the defusal, and that's victory, everybody. That defusal is going to give the match to Mythic. After a very interesting development from Regain, they were looking so much better as time went on, but it's not quite enough to get a map victory or the match victory at that.
Man, it was a valiant effort. I have to commend Regain for, you know, sticking to their guns and still fighting tooth and nail for it. But sometimes, again, it is just not in the cards. And I was about to say, someone is gonna try to jump in it real quick because they have numbers advantage. And yeah, Truck Lover commits to it, and that is all she wrote. A quick 2-0. Well, first map, of course, going a bit faster than expected, but the second one a lot more, a lot more back and forth by the later portions of it. So, I mean, props to Regain in at very least keeping their composure by the very end. It just, I mean, they still have plenty of chances around here to perhaps even make it all the way towards the playoffs. So it is not like their path is quite over just yet. And their record could be looking better, and they are at the verge of elimination. Let's not get it twisted. But there's still a solid shot that they can make it out. And whereas in the meantime, of course, the side of Mythic is going to join the teams that are just one step away from making it into playoffs.
Yes, indeed. This is still developing, and tomorrow we will see a bit more of that same development, as we will have 2 more matchups to boot. I don't know if we have the schedule just yet, but it will be... Oh yeah, we do have it. It's going to be the Bad News Capybaras against the Kimbo, and then later Tsunami against Ether. Not rivals off, but you do have a very interesting couple of matchups coming in tomorrow. Shout outs to the fact that this is only the mid echelon. We have not even reached the high echelon just yet, and we saw what we saw. Very interesting matches. Sometimes they were very one-sided, sometimes we saw some adaptations, and that's what you love to see. A tight, nice battle between them all. But Roy, that is it for tonight. It was a very entertaining afternoon of Counter-Strike 2, but it is now time for us to sign off. You guys already know where to follow us, at Toon Laguna everywhere, at Roy_ORS. Anything you would like to say goodbye?
Well, nothing much else. I hope that you guys had a great time, and of course, we will be seeing you with the rest of the action, but that'll be till tomorrow. So, see you around.